Good evening. Thank all of you for being here today. Today is December the 5th, 2023. My thought for today is, for unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men. It is approximately 7 o'clock now. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order tonight. I'm going to ask if Pastor Cott, if you would, please come on up, sir, from Salem United Methodist Church, and if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, and if you would, pray for our community, please. Welcome tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and citizens of Newton County and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to come here today on behalf of Salem United Methodist over on Salem Road. We appreciate the work you all do and the opportunity. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to open this meeting with a word of prayer. May we all bow our heads and pray. Gracious God, we ask that you would give us this evening your grace, your patience, and your wisdom as we consider matters of business that affect the lives of every person in this county. We would ask that as we proceed, that your Spirit would suffuse these proceedings, and that we would meet together with a sense of unity and a sense of purpose, and come to decisions that will bring glory to you and better life to all citizens here. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to ask now Commissioner Edwards, if you would lead us in our pledge, please. Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I seek a motion that we approve the agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the agenda. I have 2 items I would like to add to the agenda. The first one would be to add back on the District 3 tax assessor appointment of Ms. Cynthia Butler. It was taken off the agenda, and I would like to add that back under the consent agenda as we have been doing for decades.
You making that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I move that Ms. Cynthia Butler be added back onto the consent agenda as the tax assessor appointment for District 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion by Commissioner Sanders and second by Commissioner Henderson. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Just to give you a little bit of information, I'll try to make it brief, but it's a lot of information. My appointment was taken off of the agenda, and I was told that it was taken off per instructions of individuals in the county. Every year, or every 6 years, each commissioner has had the opportunity to appoint their individual from their district for the tax assessor board. But when it came to 2023, when it's time for District 3 to make their appointment, the tax assessor board contacted our county attorney to deliberate to try to change what has been done over years. I have sought information, I do my research. For decades, this appointment has been placed under the consent agenda with no discussion, no legal interference. The individual that's currently on the tax assessor board has been on the board for 24 years in District 3 and does not even live in the district currently. And if he's watching, Mr. Berry, I truly thank you for your service. For 24 years, that's remarkable for a resident to donate their time and their efforts to be on the board. But I do think it's fair that residents have the opportunity to sit on a citizen board and have that opportunity to serve their community. As I look at the board, now as we are taught as commissioners, we're taught the perception thereof. And I'm only gonna speak on the perception thereof. If you look at the board consists of 5 males. The only individual that is a female on that board is the secretary. So are we stating that a female cannot sit on the tax assessor board, the perception thereof. Why in 2023, when District 3 is wanting to put their appointment, now I've been asked for a whole year who my appointment will be. I was asked, Commissioner, did you want to do it in November? Did you want to do it in December? And as soon as I set my appointment, all HE double hockey sticks broke loose. And so that is an issue. It goes back to 2021 when there was an appointment for me to become vice chair that rolls over. I was the first commissioner ever to be placed on the agenda and discussed if I had the qualifications to be vice chair when it has been put under the consent agenda for years. I am the first. So it kind of like having PTSD is going back. So in regards to that, I have pulled the minutes. I have pulled all the information. In 2017, when Mr. Berry was appointed, he was placed under the consent agenda. It was motioned by my predecessor, Nancy Schultz, under the consent agenda, and it was seconded by former Commissioner Sims, unanimous vote, no discussion, no attorney involved. So this is why I'm asking for my constituent to be placed back on the agenda, who was contacted and asked for all of her information to attend the meeting tonight to be acknowledged as the District 3 appointment for the Tax Assessor Board. Thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That motion failed. I seek a motion, please, that we approve the agenda as stated.
More.
You have another? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The other motion I would like to add, and just to give you a little bit of information, ACCG sent us a resolution that was sent to all counties in September, I want to say it was September 19th.
We're doing a resolution tonight.
So you're going to do it tonight?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that excuse everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion to amend the agenda to include discussion on the appointment of the tax.
It's already on the agenda.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes, sir. All right.
I don't think it's just
What-
for him
No.
to speak.
What item is that?
Um,
I didn't see it.
8, for the county manager.
It's a
county
discussion
clerk.
and a vote, because this is the first and ever that we're having a discussion. Because in 2021, I voted for the individual to be placed on the tax assessor board in another district. Not once did y'all have a discussion, not once did y'all take it off the consent agenda. Why is there an issue? Why is this board so important, the perception thereof, where someone who sat on there for 24 years does not want to come off after their term has expired?
Thank you.
What is the issue?
Thank you. I seek a motion that we approve the agenda as stated, please. Second. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It passed 3-2. Thank you. Next on the agenda is citizen comments. This opportunity that we allow citizens to make comments. You have 3 minutes to do so. This is agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. You may comment this time. Please state your name, your address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Butler. I live at 105 Rodney Way, Covington, Georgia. I am here today. Could you bring me that paper right there? Right there on the desk. I am here today because I was contacted by Jackie Smith to get all my contact information to be appointed to the Tax Assessors Board. Now, I don't understand why it's such an issue that someone that has served for 24 years does not want to come off the board, but they want to stay on the board. This is what I need to tell everyone. First thing, I need you all to know what my qualifications are. I have a BS degree in business administration. All my experience in corporate structure was in management. I supervised management for General Motors. I supervise management for Grady Health System. I retired from Grady Health System after 15 years of service in Atlanta, Georgia. I retired as purchasing manager. Now, this is my questions to the board and to Jackie Smith. This is what I need to understand. Why my name was not on the agenda, being appointed to the Tax Assessors Board, when I was contacted, told to be here today to be acknowledged. Does the commissioners in each district have the right to make their appointments to the district? Should a board member live in the district they represent? Is there any discrimination going on up here in Newton County? Why you don't want a black female on the Tax Assessors Board that is well qualified? I need to know if you all are being discriminatory. I need to know that from the board, and I need these questions answered by Jackie Smith. She's the one contacted me, said my name would be on the agenda. I need her to answer all these questions. Is a discrimination case up here for me? Cynthia Butler, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. Next, agenda topics only. Right. Please state your name, your address for the record, please. Ms.
My name is Carlita Reed. I live at 55 Tully Road, Covington, Georgia. First of all, I want to thank you for answering all my emails. I really appreciate you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Cooper, I filled out an application for a business grant, a small business grant, and you stated that I did everything right, but present my application again. I didn't know you all had opened up the time to resubmit my application, and they denied me. Y'all denied me. You said I did everything right. Y'all pray every meeting, every meeting. God said, you honor me with your lips, but your hearts are far from me. He said, repent. This is from God. You cannot run the city of Covington going in your own wisdom. God said his wisdom will stand. Man's wisdom will fall. This is a great city. We have to stand for righteousness. You can't pick and choose who you want to help. That's not fair. God does not pick and choose when he want to help us. Does he? Does he? He has no favorites. All I'm saying is do what's right. This is a great city. We're supposed to stand on righteousness. We can't do that when we live in a compromising life. God said repent. It's getting ready to get really bad in this earth. God said he's bringing a wind. It's going to be a famine in the land. He said get water and food. But you can't pick and choose who you want to help. Woman of God, stand on righteousness. We need somebody to stand. We need people to stand in righteousness. You all are men and women of God. You have to have the character of Jesus Christ, and I don't see that. And I'm not mad because of that. Because if you didn't deny me, I wouldn't be here. I am led by the Spirit of the Lord. He speaks to me. I have a true relationship with him. You all have to walk in righteousness and walk in integrity. This is a great city, and all of y'all are great men and women of God. But when you don't have the character of God, your hearts are wicked, and that's not God. We got to love one another because God loves us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. Next is the chairman's report. Hold on. Come on up. So guys, these are agenda topics only. Agenda topics only.
Yes, my name is Joseph Reed. Live on Village Drive. You know, I was going to ask y'all about the grant. Because when I filled information out for the grant, I didn't really know, you know, what I had to have, but I did get everything in. And I was just, and they was telling me that you know, I made more money. One year, the first year, I didn't make, you know, I made low, but it went up a little bit. So I just want to know the requirements of you know, the amount of money that you had to make to be able to get the grant, because they denied me, and they told me that if I tried to appeal it, they were gonna still deny it, but it wasn't that much money. So, I mean, you know, and people pointed out that somebody probably got the grant that made more money than I did, so, you know, I just wanna ask what was the requirement of the amount of money that you had to make to be able to get the grant, because I didn't get the grant, and I needed the grant for my business, you know? So, please, somebody answer my question now or later.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Please state your name, your address for the record, please. Agenda topics only. Agenda topics only.
Good evening. My name is Geraldine Strong, and I'm here tonight for the senior repair home. And I've been trying to get some repairs done on my home. I need a roof on my house. And I turned in some contractors, but they were denied. So she asked me to send some more in. And everyone that I called, no one wants to come because they said that they're no longer with the program. So what must I do?
Thank you, ma'am. Someone will get back with you from the county manager's office.
Well, who that might be?
Mr. Cooper, he will get back with you from the county manager's office.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Next is the chairman's report. Tonight we have some special guests with us tonight. We're going to ask Pastor Cott and his team if they would please come on up. Ms. Walker here tonight. Ms. Walker, if you would please come on up. Thank you. As you know, we are bringing the nonprofits and the 501c3s who receive funding from the ARPA funds. We're bringing them before the board to give a report on what they are doing with the funds. And they are here tonight from Salem United Methodist Church out on the western side of the county to give a quick update on what they are doing. So thank you so much, guys, for being here tonight. It was a pleasure meeting with you, and you have the floor.
Chairman Barnes, commission members, my name is David Cott. I'm the pastor at Salem United Methodist. We are at on Salem Road, just north of Brown Bridge Road, on the west side of the county. We're about a stone's throw from the Rockdale County line. We have been there. This coming summer, we'll be celebrating the fact that we have been there for 200 years. Salem Methodist has been part of the community for 200 years, not just as a house of worship, but as a center of community activity. We have been in that area to offer a place where people can gather, whether it be religious groups, organizations, nonprofits, any kind of local business is welcome to use our facilities. And we have been there for all this time, and we came to the county for a grant to renovate our kitchen and fellowship hall, which is used regularly by a large number of local groups. We've had scouts there, we have blood drives there, we have had vaccinations there. The county board of elections regularly hosts the local elections there. And it's all very important because on the west side of the county, there's very few places where people can gather at a reasonable price. And so we try to make it at an absolute minimum expense for any organization to come and to use our facilities. So as you can see from our pictures there, we had a kitchen that was a mix of 30, 40, 50-year-old hodgepodge. And we had a fellowship hall which was getting run down. And we wanted to continue to offer the very best to the citizens of the community. And so we've used the grant that you have so graciously given us to completely renovate the kitchen and to completely renovate the hall. Oops, there we go. Sorry. And not only have we used local contractors for that, we also use as much in-house labor as we had available to make the money go a little bit further. And so we have used almost the entire amount of the grant. By the deadline, we will have used the entire amount. And we would just like to first say thank you very much for your support. We have a historic congregation, and we just are so very, very grateful that you continue to support us, but also to welcome you at the county, any nonprofit agency, any organization, any business actually that would like to come to use our facilities. So again, we thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, sir. I know, Ms. Herman, I know you played a major part in this as well, so we want to give you a couple of seconds to say something as well.
It was quite a project. These only show the before and after. It doesn't show where we actually gutted the kitchen and where we had to have gas lines moved, new electricity put in, our old asbestos floor. We just discovered a lot about the room and the whole facility that we didn't know. And it took a while. It took a lot of legwork for it to all come together. And but we're certainly very proud of it, and we're so grateful. We really are. And we're so glad to be able to open it to the public. And not just low cost, but free. We have some programs there that are also free. And so we're just very, very grateful. And we hope to be there another 200 years.
Listen, we are grateful for the partnership, and we look forward to continuing the partnership with you guys. Thank you so much for what you're doing in the community tonight. Guys, can we make it quick? Because we're pushing up on we got one more to come, and yeah, we're pushing up on zoning. But we are so thankful. The commissioners are welcome to come out and visit your location. Guys, y'all are welcome to go out and visit their location. Their doors are open to you all the time. Someone's at the church all the time. So, again, we are so thankful for you guys for being here tonight.
Well, thank you
and we
so
hate to
much.
rush you off, but we do have one more church coming behind you. Thank you. Next, we do have Pleasant View Baptist Church, Miss Vendor Maddox. If you would please come on up. Thank you guys for being here. We know y'all are doing some great things as well. You want to tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing?
Thank you. Thank you all so much, Commissioner Banks and all the county commissioners. I'm on grandma duty tonight, so just bear with us, okay? My name is Vendor Maddox, and I'm chairperson of the Board of Directors at Pleasant View Baptist Church. Our pastor had a vision to have a state-of-the-art facility. Our youth program grew from like 2 children, maybe 3, in December of last year. Now we're up to 75 youth that we're serving, and sometimes more every week. He had a vision to turn our fellowship hall for a larger state-of-the-art facility for the kids to be able to come, be themselves, what we call a judgment-free zone. Now, you know, banks don't deal in visions. Banks deal in bank statements, they deal in, you know, information that shows, you know, your financial situation. So when this grant came along, we were like, we've got to apply for this. We've got to apply for this because we have so many plans for what we want to do. And coming out of a pandemic, you know, it was tough. It was tough trying to, you know, get the bank to see our position. But we thank you all. We thank you all because now our youth, that's the facility, have a state-of-the-art facility for them to come on Sundays. They're during the week. It's just amazing all the things that are going on there now. We invite you guys out. Several of you could not come. That's fine. But you are still welcome to come. No one's at our church every day, but someone is there on Sunday starting at 10 o'clock. The youth are in full effect, they're in full force. What you're seeing is complete renovation of our fellowship hall. Now it's called our Student Center. We have a youth pastor, Minister Orr. He's at another youth conference. He couldn't be here tonight, and our pastor had an accident on the way coming over here, but he's fine.
Oh, wow.
But we just want to thank you guys for all the help, for helping us to provide for our youth a state-of-the-art program. We're doing a lot of great things on that corner there on Sunnyside Drive and Flat Shoals Road. Just like the other church, our church is 171 years old. And when we moved to this facility, naturally, there were a lot of things we had to do that were undercover that we didn't know about, like electrical and this kind of thing. And what they're not showing you, did you have a picture of the playground? No picture of the playground, but the playground was also included, as part of that grant. We are right now finally found someone to put in our walk-in cooler and freezer. And that's going to help us in our food pantry program to be able to store more food and be able to help more people, because all we got right now, 2 or 3 refrigerators and 2 or 3 freezers, we can't really sustain and help the community because there's now no places to store the food we need to purchase to help everybody. But once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for working with us and allowing us to be able to get this grant and to be able to service our community.
Thank you. Before you go, we do thank you guys for what you're doing in the community and providing for our kids, and not just our kids, our seniors as well. I do encourage all the commissioners to, if you have a chance to go by and visit with them on Sundays, they're doing an excellent job, and so thank you so much for what you're doing.
All right. Thank you.
Guys, we do have one proclamation. We're going to try to read it in the minutes before zoning. Ms. Hamp, if you would, please. Dr. Izzy, if you're here tonight, if you would, please come on up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mental health is an issue that impacts all of us, whether it be directly or indirectly. It is incumbent of us to make sure that people in need of mental health care and assistance get the help and care they need through mental health reform. We're asking our governor and the General Assembly through this resolution to assist and support our 159 counties in this particular effort. I can go on and begin reading the resolution. Resolution urging the Governor and General Assembly of Georgia to continue efforts to reform and improve mental health services for the citizens of Georgia. Whereas being the constitutional level of government closest to their constituents, Georgia counties are on the front lines of responding to mental health issues within the community, as well as the development of mental health reform efforts. And whereas the Newton County Board of Commissioners supports efforts designed to provide every citizen in need to have accessible, affordable, and adequate mental health services. And whereas the Newton County Board of Commissioners is grateful for the efforts of Georgia's executive, legislative, and judicial branches in working toward mental health reform in recent years, such as passing the HB or the House Bill 1013 in 2022 and introduction of the House Bill 520 in 2023, Chief Justice Boggs' work on jail diversion initiatives and Governor Kemp's commitment to expanding mental health resources in schools for children and young adults. And whereas despite these prior steps and successes, the Newton County Board of Commissioners recognizes that there is still a tremendous amount of work for the citizens of Newton County and other citizens across Georgia to receive adequate health care for mental health and substance abuse disorders. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Newton County Board of Commissioners that Newton County government reaffirms its commitment to reforming and improving mental health services for its citizens and all citizens in the state of Georgia. Be it further resolved that the Newton County Board of Commissioners specifically urges the Governor and General Assembly to continue efforts in the 2024 session of Georgia General Assembly to enhance Georgia citizens' access to vital mental health services, including the provision of state budgetary funding for additional behavioral health crisis centers across the state, additional co-responder units, and other resources to assist those with mental health and substance abuse disorders. Be it further resolved that an executed copy of this resolution will be read into the minutes and provided for official record keeping of the Newton County Board of Commissioners meeting minutes and records. So resolved this 5th day of December 2023 by our Honorable Chairman, Marcelo Baines.
Absolutely. I'll just share with people. First of all, thank you, Chairman Baines, and to the Board of Commissioners for making mental health a priority for us as Newton County and to continue to move forward. Also, I would just like to thank you all again for appointing me to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Advisory Council as the only Newton County member, and I look forward to continuing to support you all on mental health efforts.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite, if you would please come on up. It's actually 7:31. We're going to enter into our zoning tonight. Thank you guys for your patience. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. Our first petition this evening, it's old business. This was first heard back in October and tabled at applicant's request, so we're hearing it tonight. It is FLU 23-000005. It is a future land use map amendment. The current land use map or existing land use map is rural residential. Proposed is going to be development node. The existing zoning is agricultural residential, and it is in the Alcovy River watershed. The location is Highway 278 and Highway 142. The tax ID number is 0099-009. Total acreage is 159 approximately. This is located in Commissioner District 5. Current owner is Saltwell Corners LLC, and the petitioner this evening is Randy Vinson. And just a brief history, this was heard at the Planning Commission on July 25th of this year, and it was tabled at the request of the commission so that the applicant could get additional information. It was then heard again on September 26th before the Planning Commission, and they voted to deny the petition by a vote of 4-0. And on 10/3 or October 3rd, the Board of Commissioners, it was tabled again at the request of the applicant for 60 days, and that brings us to today. And again, it is a future land use map amendment request from rural residential to a development node. It's going to be on 159 acres. And the intent is to seek this amendment so that they can further seek a rezoning to a CORD or a community-oriented residential development. And you just have the history there on the subject side. It is located in the following character area, emerging suburban, and I won't read through all of this. It is included in your packet. But it does support, this particular character area does support a development node, which is what they are seeking. And you have down here, the CORD is an appropriate zoning according to this character area. It is also in the live-work character area according to the 2023 comprehensive plan, which again supports a development node and the CORD. This, due to the size of this project, it did meet the threshold for a DRI, or Development of Regional Impact Study, and the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission. This is just a summary of their report, and I'll just briefly skim through it. And they're saying the applicant is proposing the construction of a mixed-use development with approximately 610 residential units and 35,000 square feet of commercial space on a total 155-acre site. The development would consist of a combination of single-family detached homes, attached townhomes, mixed-use live-work buildings in a traditional town center configuration. And the mixed-use portion of the site is situated along Highway 142. There are going to be 5 flex units, which they are proposing, which would include 180 condominiums, and as well as office space and commercial space. And we also have commercial buildings, a town green, and parking spaces. The remaining developed portion of the proposed site would include 294 single-family detached lots, 146 townhome units, 3 small green space areas, recreational areas, clubhouse, pool, tennis courts, and so on. And then it has a side plan designates 2 different detached single-family lot sizes, and the standard single-family detached lots would be 40 to 50 feet wide and 100 to 110 feet deep. The traffic study was not completed at the time. I know we don't have it at this time, but they have proposed some numbers. They're projecting 1,220 peak hour trips per day from the proposed development. And this is just the findings continued. The commission used their regional plan's 6 characteristics while reviewing this plan, and they did find that the 6 characteristics were met according to what was proposed. And these included: 1, it enhances economic mobility and competitiveness; 2, it elevates public health and equity; 3, it supports and adds value to existing communities; 4, it creates housing that is diverse, adequate, equitable, and affordable; 5, it includes transportation choices; and 6, it's well connected with existing and planned transportation options. The commission did have recommendations as well. They have recommended interconnectivity with the adjoining parcels, and the developer should consider adding additional access points on Highway 278 to provide a better traffic flow. So in conclusion, the 159 acres is currently undeveloped. Pursuant to the emerging suburban and the live-work character area appropriate land uses, the development node is a suitable land use request. And the applicant's intent is to rezone it to a CORD, which will consist of the mixed uses, residential and commercial. However, by amending the flume to development node, the density of the Alcovy watershed will no longer apply per section 420060 of the Unified Development Ordinance, which I have below in italics, which it just reads section B. It says the minimum lot size for any lot within the district shall be 2 acres. The minimum lot sizes shall not apply in the designated development nodes or to properties zoned as Highway 278 mixed use. Further, the project must have sewer access, which applicant has not secured at this time. And in speaking with the City of Covington, they've had a few projects ahead. A traffic study also has to be completed per the county's ordinance, as well as the recommendations from the commission. And the applicant also has to seek approval from GDOT for entrances into the development. So should the board decide to approve this petition, staff is of the opinion that the future land use amendment, it may be appropriate in the area based on the character areas in the comp plan. However, consideration should also be given to the Alcovy River watershed's requirements and the ability to meet and secure sewer requirements for the development. And there are no conditions of zoning placed on this because it's a future land use map amendment. It's just a planning tool. But should the request be approved and a petition filed for rezoning, the conditions of zoning would be applied at that time. This is an aerial view of where the parcel is located on Highway 142 down here and 278. We have the current zoning, agricultural, residential. The future land use map, which is what they're seeking to amend, is rural residential currently. It is in the Alcovy River watershed. This is a survey of the parcel, and this is the concept plan as submitted by the applicant. And that is staff's report. The applicant is present. And Chairman, this, we did not do the public hearing on it previously.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to open it up for the applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight. You have 10 minutes to do so. You may come at this time. Please state your name and your address for the record, please. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, you have 10 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Randy Vinson. I live at 450 Jenkins Road, Covington. Some of you know I have been involved in countywide planning efforts and development efforts for about 28 years here in Newton County, and have been involved in a lot of design workshops, or charrettes as they're known in the profession, where we go out into the county and we seek input from residents about how they would like to see the county grow or develop. And without fail, at all of these workshops that we had over these many years, everybody said, we love the small town character of Covington, and we love the rural atmosphere of the woods and the pastures and the cattle and the farms. So your economic development group has been very successful over the last several years, and you have recruited some very big, prominent industries here. And so the growth is coming. Your comprehensive plan update has projected, as you all know, a great deal of growth over the next couple decades. So how do we accommodate that growth without destroying the character, the rural character, and the small town character of Covington while we grow? And the best way to do that is by duplicating what we love. We love Covington. We love the rural character. So you can't grow across the farmland on 2-acre lots and maintain that rural feel. It's going to feel like a subdivision throughout the entire county, and everybody is going to be dependent on an automobile to get to everything that they need to do at every time. So if we can develop a compact, pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use village at this location, as the comprehensive plan recommends, we feel we can accommodate the growth, duplicate what we have here in Covington out there by building another town square that will become, the place to be for East Side High School students and parents, family, before and after sporting events and plays and concerts and everything else out there. The square will be of comparable size as the square right here in Covington. The businesses surrounding it will have residential condominiums above the business areas, or flex spaces that we're calling for. Your comprehensive plan recommends that, building more flex spaces in the county that will enable business growth and development over the years. The compact, pedestrian-friendly, mixed-use villages enable people to walk to at least some of their daily needs, therefore reducing car trips. If we sprawl, we'll never be able to reduce those car trips. We're always going to need to get in the car for everything we do. This, by having the complete mixed-use and pedestrian-friendly village, will enable people to age in place. They can walk, not needing a car for some of their, the pharmacy or the doctor's office or the restaurants or dry cleaners. That sort of thing is what we see going in this development. And also, by developing compactly, it's enabling us to maintain over 35%, it's actually closer to 40 or a little over 40% of the land as undisturbed forest that will have nature trails through it, a little trailhead at the 142 that will be able to share with the rest of the county. Another item that's in your comprehensive plan is a recommendation for finding recreational opportunities throughout the county. And perhaps even more important, the development of compact mixed-use development is the highest paying tax payer in the county per acre than anything else. Any of the industries, SKC, Takata, it exceeds all of that. The recent study done by the City of Covington for cost of service delivery has found that Clarks Grove, mixed-use neighborhood right here in Covington, is the highest paying taxpayer in the county, and by 45 times. So this is a sort of development that will enable you to grow and continue to pay for the 2-acre development that does not pay for itself. That is very expensive development to maintain over the long haul, and will bankrupt the county if we pursue that route in its entirety. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time.
So it's a total of 10 minutes that's allowed it. Yep, so.
What are you gonna do, show a picture of the?
Which one?
I'll tell you what, I can probably get by with that.
Okay.
Tommy Craig's my name. I'm happy to be here before you tonight. Thank you for your courtesy. Judge Greeley Ellis was a close friend of mine. He served this county for many, many years as the chief judge of the Superior Courts. And he was a good friend. He summoned me to his house one day. He was not the kind of person to ask you to come over. And when I got there, he told me that he wanted me to introduce me to Ed Hutter. Ed is here tonight. And he said, Tommy, he said, I've got a tract of land, 160 acres, that I have owned for over 60 years. I bought it when it was rural property, and I've held it as an investment. I think now is the time for me to have it sold, have it rezoned to an appropriate use, given the development that's occurred in the area, given the fact that there's a new high school across the street from the property. And I'd like to see it turned into money for the benefit of my widow-to-be and my children and grandchildren. And so he asked me to work with Ed and to try to realize that objective. That's why I'm here. Happily, the county decided that the Board of Education located the school in the vicinity of Judge Ellis's property, right across the street. You can see it on this picture here. And the school of necessity had to have sewer extended to it. So the Water and Sewer Authority tapped into the line coming from the 4-county park and to carry sewer temporarily to the city's water treatment plant. Now, Baxter, or its successor, Shire, has got that capacity in that line. It's got to be returned to them. So the county entered into a service delivery agreement with the City of Covington, Newton County Water and Sewer Authority, and agreed that the city would take over sewer in this particular area, and that the sewer would be provided to the high school to relieve that line. It would be a gravity feed line. And that's a new line that will serve Morgan Farms, which you approved a flume for at your last meeting. And it would also serve Judge Ellis's property. As Sheena told you a minute ago, the plan that we have is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan that you ordered and adopted in December. It is consistent with the recommendations regarding the development of regional impact that came from the Northeast Georgia Planning Commission. It is consistent with good planning, contemporary practice and procedure. Now, the only thing that Sheena said is we need some clarification with regard to sewer. And I'll be glad to hold forth on that if there are any questions about sewer availability in the area. Any questions?
No, this is not a time for questions. He has opportunity. Yeah. You can go ahead and present your case, sir.
Well, let me just say, the city had a study done recently, and it said it would be 2027 until sewer was supplied to the area. The city made a mistake and included in the Carter Sloop study of Wrights Creek the Ryan Millsap property. The Ryan Millsap property, they're proposing 1,773 single-family homes and 1,500 multifamily homes. That would be on Elks Club Road. The village centers, the development nodes that are proposed by your comprehensive plan are all attached to and front on US Highway 278. That's the corridor, that's the spine. And there are only two, the Morgan Farm and Judge Ellis's property, that are so designated. The next time you hit one, it's Nell Nixon's place out on 278 and Georgia 11. So I just would like to say the city is revisiting that issue. They realize that well, I think they realize the political reality of the fact that this board is highly unlikely that you're going to permit 1,504 apartments on Elks Club Road. So I think that that plan is unrealistic. It would amount to a foolish expenditure by the city to provide sewer service for that area. And we are willing to assume the risk with regard to whether sewer is provided to the property. We don't need it for 24 months.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also allowed 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose. If you would like to oppose, if you would, please come and state your name and address for the record, please. If you would like to oppose tonight.
My name is Dave Norton, 4357 Highway 142, Newborn. In the standards of review of the Newton County zoning ordinance and the Newton County development regulations, both state the purpose of the boards is to protect and promote the public health, morals, safety, and general welfare of the county. Division 600, Section 620-060 of the Newton County zoning ordinance states the board to review the population density patterns and possible increase or overtaxing of the load on public facilities, including but not limited to schools, utilities, and streets. Of all the zoning requests for large projects, how often does someone speak in favor that does not stand to benefit financially from the project, or a friend that may, or others that may come up in future requests? Beware, they will sugarcoat it when their only objective is profit, not what's best for the community. I visited Clark's Grove to see what this would look like. Let me tell you what I saw and did not see. I saw apartment for rent signs. I saw empty retail spaces. I saw large, expensive homes, hence the value, the tax base that he was referring to. I did not see a place for a chicken coop, a place to park my boat, or garden space at these homes. The only trees were in a small front yard that was so small that if you got a snow and you wanted to build a snowman, you'd have to steal your neighbor's snow to build one of any size. I had a very good and civil conversation with Mr. Vincent on one of my trips there, as he is the leasing agent there, if I have his title correct there. He mentioned that some occupants are widows and elderly that no longer are capable of or desired to do yard work, and some of the high-tech types that had no time for it, which I could see to an extent, but not on the scale that is being proposed for this project and others. We need people that are looking to put down roots here and stay for the long term, as they are more likely to take pride and be involved in the community and county, and this is not the type of housing they are looking for. At last month's meeting, Commissioner Sanders mentioned at the end of the meeting in the comments section, workforce housing, teachers living in cars, that they could not afford the $450,000 homes on 3 acres. The new apartments on 278 by the old Walmart are over $1,500 for 1 bedroom. What is the average sale price for these homes that's being proposed tonight? And don't forget to ask about HOA fees to see who can afford to live here. Does the current petitioner have a letter from the city of Covington describing sewage expansion beyond the Alcovey River? I spoke with someone there today who said there are no plans to expand, and I've heard that the city will not give such a letter, even to the gentleman, the attorney that spoke last month's meeting, that said it was be expanded. Also at last month's meeting, Commissioner Mason mentioned smart housing. What's smart about cramming as many people into as tight a space as you can? That's what they do in Japan. Also, he mentioned lowered property tax due to increase in revenue. I challenge this board to find such an example. All I found was that the government had a surplus due to increased property value taxes and was therefore able to roll back some of it if they didn't increase the county budget. All this due to rising home values. Thank you very much. Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Laura Bertram, and I'm not here on behalf of the Family Connection. I do live at 44 Valley Trail in Covington, and I'm here as a resident of the Deerfield subdivision. I appreciate the opportunity to let you know my concerns about the pending developments immediately adjacent to our community. I was living here in the early 2000s when the Board of Commissioners really made a decision to allow development on the west side of the county without the appropriate planning. And we know the disasters that that has caused. In 2006, the WIC population with the health department tripled in 6 months. 2007, Newton County was listed as the fastest growing county in the nation, and Newton's rate of childbirth grew 7 times, not childbirth, but children, grew 7 times faster than the entire state of Georgia. What this led to as the recession hit in 2010 was that Newton was listed as the 10th most stressed county in the nation. It has the highest foreclosure rate in the state of Georgia. And it looks like right now that our economic situation in the United States is pretty concerning, and I would say caution. Huh? Oh, okay, oh, good. So just as recovery was happening in 2007, COVID struck. And that is where this county, we never had the structure to take the infrastructure to take care of the families that we invited in. If we invite this many people in without the appropriate infrastructure and the public services and the school system that is able to accommodate them, we will be in worse shape than we are today. And you can see on the economics of education, the most critical thing to determine a child's school success are 4 things: transportation, housing, health, and financial equity. The fact of the matter is that it's wonderful to have $400,000 homes. Our firefighters, our policemen, our teachers cannot afford it. To live in clowned up apartment complexes is not their desire either. But we are also not taking care of the housing needs of the people who are already here, who have low income, who are struggling with crime, who are struggling with health, who are struggling just in general. Please let us build up that infrastructure. And I ask you that you deny this on that. We have not been able to address our previous growth, and I am concerned that if we continue to build without first planning on how to increase access to transportation, health services, housing, and financial assistance, the county will lose its battle to establish a healthy, inclusive community. And I think I have worked with many of you to do just that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Man, y'all gotta do something. Next, please. Guys, we're going to ask you if you would silence your phone. We are in a public meeting, please. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Kim Hsu, 60 Quail Valley Social Circle. I've been to several of these meetings here of late, and I've given a lot of thought as to what I wanted to say this evening about this development. However, I'm not going to point out the countless reasons why this development should not be built, because those have already been stated. But based on the prior sessions, it doesn't appear to carry any weight on what this body decides. I'm instead going to talk about the political theater that appears to be at the forefront of the decisions like the one in front of you today. I want to start by answering a question that Commissioner Sanders raised in the last meeting. She asked why people didn't fight for the east side, like those that are here today doing for the west side. There's an answer to that question. They did. In fact, I used to live off of Salem Road. I, like many others, expressed concern regarding the overdevelopment in that part of the county, but no matter the argument, the pointing out of the existing overlays, regulations, easements, or the like, it didn't seem to matter. What did matter, and what seems to be in play again, is the who is behind the request. The tit-for-tat mentality, backroom conversations that lead to scripted sermons from the BOC pulpit, and the appearance of political favors that are owed. These kinds of things are the direct reason why people lose faith in their political leaders and become indifferent, and for many, give up the fight. Because they know when these types of things are in play, it doesn't matter what laws, regulations, or ordinance in effect, because the people never win the political power game. I know you've seen the signs that say, "Don't Conyers or Covington." The community does not want to see the slow erosion of the thing that makes this area special. People are very concerned over the quality of life and the type of town that overdevelopment will turn this special place into. I hear from some people, you can't stop development. And my response is, why not? When do you say that we don't have the infrastructure, the police, the firefighters, the schools, and even the healthcare to support all of these proposed developments that continue to pour in? When do you stop the influx of new people and start serving those that are already here? I would go as far to say that the BOC should put a moratorium on residential building until what has already been approved is completed and the impact to the community can be visualized and measured. I would also suggest that the BOC hold a series of town hall meetings for those in districts 1 and 5 so that the people have more than 10 minutes to discuss their concerns and work together to find a framework that works for the community and not against it. I have no idea how you guys plan to vote tonight. I will ask that you listen to the people, not the special interest or the power players that have controlled this county for years. But the people that this decision will affect is what you should consider. We are not against development. We are against this type of development that does not follow existing ordinances or regulations and will forever change this part of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you would, state your name and address for the record, please. You have 23 seconds. 23 seconds.
My name is, Under Threat Nation knows, my name is Jackson. I live in Covington, Georgia. And what I want to say is about this development is your property taxes finna go up, East Newton County, and crime finna come to your area. So get ready. It's on the way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, you have 11 seconds. 11 seconds. 11 seconds. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You gotta talk fast, sir.
John Clemens, I live on Deep Step Road, which is right down the street from where this is at. I just want to say that I oppose this simply because you already agreed to the Morgan County or the Morgan Farm deal. You're going to bring commercialism in right there. You want to put some more commercialism in here. And as far as that goes,
thank you.
They're not even a half a mile apart.
Thank you, sir.
What's the point? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We got these mics. We got to get these mics right. Ms. Shana, if you would please come on up, please. I think this is in District 5. Commissioner Cowan. Commissioner Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my recommendation that we deny this and accept what the Planning Commission recommended, that we turn this down.
Is there a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Cowan and second by Commissioner Edwards that we deny this. Any discussion? Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll beat this dead horse. We've got some property down at the hub in our overlay that is exactly what this development is trying to duplicate, and not one building has been built, and they've got sewer. So I don't. I'm not a expert, but the demand does not appear to be there. I've got another piece of property in my district, and the developer came to me and asked me what I would support, and I told him what I would support, and he said, I can't make any money on that. I said, you can't make any money, or you can't make money times 2? He said, I can't make money times 2. I said, but you can make money. He said, oh, I can make money, good money, but I just can't make as much as I want. So this property can be developed within the parameters of the existing neighborhoods: Deerfield, Deep Step, Newton Ridge, Ridgeway Road, all those larger type lots. And you don't even have, we've demonstrated you don't have to have a 2-acre lot. You can have a 1-acre lot, and the developer puts the other acre in green space. So, and keep in mind, this development node would also include, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Applewhite, correct me if I'm wrong, it could also include multifamily. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, apartments. Let's call them what they are, apartments. So I don't understand. The demand's not there. And concerning the sewer, I'm not exactly sure who's doing the talking over the city of Covington, but I had a confidential conversation 2 weeks ago, and that sewer is nowhere within 5 years of being ready for that area. So either I was lied to, or somebody else is being lied to. So it's not to bring. We've tried to keep our development nodes at the hub. We put all that effort into the hub, the Brickstore overlay and the Mount Pleasant overlay, where we wanted to drive the high density there. That was the theme. Now, I was not a part of that. So that was the theme, is driving high density to those development nodes, that development node, particularly in that area, 2 miles down the road. And the commercial and the high density living, to include multifamily, by the way, which I don't like, but it's there. So, and now we can't seem to get that development going, and we're going to zone another piece of property for that very thing, for a demand that does not exist at this moment, without sewer, by the way. And when Judge Ellis was a friend of mine. He's quite a bit older, obviously, than I was, but his son, one of his sons and I grew up together, so I spent a lot of time in his house. So he called me probably 3 years ago, and the development he described to me 3 years ago resembles nothing like what's been presented here tonight. So I don't know how that changed or when that changed, but and he was under the impression at the time that he could jump on the force main between Covington and Stanton Springs, which is not true. So that's where we stand right now. I do not support this, and I would appreciate the other commissioners not supporting this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Mason. We have Commissioner Mason, go ahead. I got you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those that presented on this case on tonight. I think my only concern, that of course it has been brought up, the Morgan Farms. So as if there is a comparison between those two properties. I think my only concern with this, not to say that we don't need the development. We are definitely in a housing crisis at this time. We do need to find ways of incorporating what we would consider as smart growth within our community. And so we definitely want to look at smart growth from that perspective. I know that was one of the things that I raised previously, that we want to be smart about the growth that we do. We don't want to just say yes to every single thing. My only concern with this is the sewer. My colleagues have stated that growth follows sewer. And so I'm a firm believer that that is definitely the case, that growth follows sewer. And so when I heard in the report from our Director of Development Services that sewer has not been confirmed at this particular time, it gave me a level of pause because growth follows sewer. And so that's my concern. And so I would love to honestly see, and from what I'm hearing, that sewer won't be, because that service delivery area is now to the city of Covington, that there won't be any tap, there is no line, there is no access at all. If this board decides to continue to move forward in approving sites that don't have sewer, then we'll be going back on what we stated when we say that development follows sewer. We will have people all across the eastern side of the county coming to us wanting to get it rezoned, and they don't even have sewer access. So for me, I think that's my biggest issue with this particular site, is to ensure that we have sewer access. And from what I'm hearing at this particular time, that's not possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm going to have questions for the applicant, but before I do, I guess the applicant possibly can come up in a minute, but I'm going to have questions for them. Just want to clear up a few things. The first thing that was mentioned was the BOC needs to have a town hall for District 5 and 1. District 5 and 1 has commissioners. We hold town, I have to speak for me, I can't speak for anybody else. I hold town halls with my constituents when development comes, when warehouses comes and so forth. Sometimes I table them with that developer to speak to the residents before we even move forward. So if you have not had a town hall, that doesn't fall on the entire BOC. That falls on those people who represent those areas. That's why I said in the last meeting that we had, have you spoke to your constituents? Have you had a town hall? That falls on that commissioner. So that shouldn't be the whole BOC, because I would not intervene in District 1 or District 5's constituency. Now, we do vote as a whole on what's needed for the entire county, but I would not talk or intervene or go over them to speak to their constituency. In regards to, I think there was mention of political favors. I don't know where that came from. Everybody knows that nobody owns me. Let's put that out there. And so as we speak of growth, when it comes to growth, we have to make sure that we're doing it correctly. And that's why I wanted the applicant to come up, because I know you mentioned something about the water and sewer is going to be there in a couple of years. And I'm hearing from Commissioner Edwards that there's a total difference. So I want to make sure that that is who's correct.
Suggest this. This sewer business is a smokescreen to deny our project after you just approved the Morgan Farms. And the Morgan Farms are exactly situated in the same situation we are. If you will postpone your vote for 30 days, we will come back in here with a letter that is being prepared right now by the city to clear up the question of sewer availability.
All right, the Morgan Farm is located in the same area, Shana? So that means it doesn't have sewer either.
It'll be on the same sewer line.
So both of them don't have sewer. So we're in the same situation. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to compare, us comparing, making sure that we get the correct information out there. So both of those subdivisions are in the same area, don't have the sewer, but can tap into those lines.
Apples to apples.
Okay, just want to make sure I clear that up. And so as far as the city, what is the city stating when sewer will come into that area? What is the city saying when that sewer?
Let me say this, if you will give us 30 days, if you'll postpone the vote on this, we will come in here with the information and the evidence that you want. If you want to be fair, give us 30 days to produce evidence of sewer availability.
No, I still have my discussion.
Ma'am, thank you. Guys, we're in a live board meeting. Please hold your comments to yourself, okay? Thank you. There's a motion already on the floor. Commissioner, if you want to keep asking your questions, you keep asking your questions. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, you were mentioning about the sewer. What did the city?
There have been meetings in the past 2 weeks subsequent to the conversations you had with city officials who were confused by the engineering report, and they're going to clear all that up. Frank Turner, the city attorney, is preparing a letter now regarding sewer availability. And I would suggest, if you want to do the right thing, if you want to do the fair thing, if you want to treat this project like you did Morgan Farms, that you put off this vote for 30 days. What can it hurt? You can still turn it down if you're not satisfied about the availability of sewer. And I would ask that somebody make a substitute motion to give us 30 days.
If y'all gonna ask questions, ask the questions. But asking people to make substitute motions, that's not appropriate. So if you want to ask a question, ask a question. If not, let's move on.
So,
thank you.
Shana, we are approving the future land use map. Am I correct? This is not approving the actual structure of the building, how many homes on it. We're approving for them to be able to move forward.
Yes, that is correct. This is just an amendment of the map. It's not an approval of the zoning at this time.
Okay, so the commissioners, if it was approved, the commissioners do have time to go back to their constituency to work with a developer to be able to decide on how they would like their area constructed. Am I correct?
That can be done prior to the rezoning if the applicant comes back for the rezoning.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there. We're not approving apartments or whatever it may be. We're just approving the future land use map, because that's the confusion that's going on out there. We're not approving structuring, how many apartments let me quit saying apartments, how many buildings are being built. We're approving the future land use map. And just to clarify, I think one of the constituents mentioned about my statement in regards to the homes of 150, I tried to write down exactly what you were saying. I apologize if I misquote you. What I was meaning in regards to that is that if a house is built on a property that's cost $300,000 in this inflation area, which is 8.2% tax, that mortgage is going to be $2,300 a month, not including the HOA. And those figures are factual. That has been given down for me when I actually talked to the individuals at ACCG when we was talking about land use. So if somebody purchased a home on the acreage that a lot of you may be wanting, in this day and age of inflation at 8.2% sales tax, interest rate, that mortgage for that house that somebody used to pay for in 2007 for $150,000, it's gonna cost them $2,300 a month. So that's what I was trying to get everybody to understand.
Sure. Can I clear up something that you said, and that is Ed Hutter, some months ago, represented in writing to the planning department that he was not asking for any multifamily apartments, and he was not asking to build starter homes. He thinks we have enough starter homes, and we'd have enough apartments, and apartments are off the table. They're not included in his plans.
Thank you. Thank you. So my question is I think the same one I asked concerning the Morgan property, is that if you did not get the letter for sewage, then it would automatically, even no matter how we voted, if we voted to approve, it wouldn't happen because you wouldn't have the sewer in order to build those structures or those houses.
Neither development can be built without sewer. So if we don't get sewer, Morgan Farms doesn't get built, Sockville Corners doesn't get built. The risk is all on the landowner and the developers to get sewer to the property. So I don't understand the board taking the position that it may be taking. And I don't understand why the board wouldn't wait 30 days to see whether or not we can demonstrate sewers available, particularly when you've got to solve this Morgan Farms problem. You know.
It'll make this continue for a while longer. So there's no difference between what we did, I think at the last meeting, but the Morgan property, then what we would do for this property, and ours would be contingent upon the sewer. The holdup is the sewer, and I think Commissioner Edwards, he said that the city said they wouldn't. So what you're telling us is that within 30 days, if we table it, if it could be tabled, if this board wanted to table it, within 30 days, then what would happen? You would come out with a letter or not, and then it would be either we look at moving forward or not. So, Mr. Chairman, having said that, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we table for 30 days in order for this petitioner to bring us back a letter for the sewage. Yes, sir. Sir, thank you. Before we go any further, thank you so much for being here tonight. Is there a second? It's been motion that we table this for
Chairman, if I may, it would have to be 60 days because we have to re-advertise.
Okay, well, 60 days. All right. Thank you. I would like to amend it for 60 days. All right, thank you. It's been a motion made that a substitute motion made that we table this for 60 days, and second by Commissioner Sanders. All in favor? Hey, listen, guys, wait a minute. Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute, sir. You have order, Mr. Chairman. All in favor? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. It reverts back to the original motion. Now I'm calling for the vote. All in favor tonight? Any opposed? Thank you. 3-2. Next, Ms. Applewhite. The motion denied for the motion. Yeah. The request was denied, so anybody who don't understand, the request was denied tonight. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Well, hold on. Hold on. Guys, listen. Listen, if, guys, if you're leaving, we're going to ask if you please leave quietly. We are still in a public meeting. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello?
Mr. Fazio. There you go.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next petition this evening is a conditional use permit. It is CUP 23-000010. The proposed use is for auto sales for antique or classic cars. Location is 35 Chamisa Road. Parcel size is 2 acres. Tax ID would be 0024261. The future land use is a development node, and the existing zoning is M1, light industrial, Almond Overlay Tier 2. This is in the Yellow River watershed, located in Commission District 3. Current owner of the property is William Dale and Melanie B. Etheridge, and our petitioner is John Cale Waddleton. And applicants intended to establish an auto sales business for antique or classic cars in the Almond Overlay Tier 2. And we have the details of the subject site. That's on the 2 acres located in the Chamisa Industrial Park off of the Access Road. It's also in direct vicinity to other commercial and industrial businesses. And just a brief history, this business actually came before the board in March of this year. They were located at 90 Chamisa Park in the same industrial park. But because he is relocated to a larger site, it's literally just across the road within the same industrial park, and that's why we're here tonight. And just based on the site plan analysis, he's proposing to use Suite 35 for the auto sales center. All cars will be parked indoors, and should the petition be approved, the applicant must obtain all required permits and licenses from the department. And in conclusion, should this petition meet the standards of Division 450 of the 2009 Newton County Zoning Ordinance, it may be appropriate at this location. Staff recommends that should the board approve the conditional use request, that the approval be with the recommended conditions listed below. So should the petition be recommended for approval by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved for a conditional use permit for an auto sales shop for antique cars, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. So the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards and regulations. 1, submit a site plan of the location and obtain any required permits. 2, obtain and maintain a business license. 3, all activities for the auto sales shall be carried on entirely within the enclosed building. And 4, no outside storage allowed on the property and no merchandise allowed to be displayed outside the building. This is the location, aerial view. We have the, this is the current location of 35 Chamisa, before he was across the road here, I believe. We have the current zoning, M1, light industrial. It is in the Almond Overlay Tier 2. Yellow River watershed. Future land use map is a development node. It is located in Commissioner District 3. This is our survey of the property. This is the building that he will be located in. And these are just pictures that were taken by staff. And these are submitted by the applicant as an example of some of the cars that he would be selling. And if there are any questions, if not, public hearing, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll allow 10 minutes for the applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, if you would, please come at this time. You have 10 minutes to state your case tonight.
Hi, my name's Kel Waddleton. I'm a classic car dealer. I originally came to move into 90 Chamisa Road in March, but thankfully we've grown. That building right there only holds about 5 cars, and that's extremely tight. Within my first 2 months, I was already, pushing for room. And a good friend of mine owns an automotive performance shop right up the street, Mr. Dale. and he's retiring first of the year, so, and it's a lot bigger building, you know, ready to go. But like I said, all my cars are stored inside. 90% of my business is internet-based, ship out. Very rarely do I have anybody come physically buy a car, but there won't be any junkers or cars I got to restore. Everything's pretty much done, but I may have to change alternators or, you know, stuff like that, but not a full-blown mechanic shop. Everything I have, I own, and so, but that's pretty much about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? That portion of our public hearing is closed. We also allow 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose tonight. You may come at this time. State your name and your address for the record, please. Anyone that would like to oppose? Anyone that would like to oppose tonight? Ms. Applewhite. I think this is in District 3. Commissioner Sanders.
I would like to move to approve agenda item, zoning agenda item CUP 23-00010.
Thank you. Is there a second? That was a second. Thank you. The motion by Commissioner Sanders and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next item this evening is a rezoning petitions, REZ 23-000016, located at 422 Macedonia Road. It is going to be just to rezone 2 acres out of a total of 16.4 acres. The tax ID of the parent parcel is 0105-035D. The existing land use map is rural residential. The existing zoning is agricultural. The proposed zoning is agricultural residential. It is in the Bear Creek watershed in Commissioner District 1. Current owner is Melvin Howard Vaughn, the Melvin Howard Vaughn estate, and our petitioner today is April Donnelly. An applicant's intent is to rezone the 2 acres of the 16 acres approximately from A to AR. And we have the specs on the site there, on the subject site. And for the site plan analysis, the 2 acres are currently undeveloped. It is part of the parent parcel of the 16.4 acres. And again, they are going to subdivide out the 2 acres. And development in the area does reflect the land use, and it is consistent with the applicant's request. And in conclusion, the proposed residential use is consistent with the policies and intent of the low-density rural residential Carter area and with approved zonings in the area. Given the land use and zoning designations of the surrounding properties, there is justification for approval of the proposed agricultural residential zoning. Recommended conditions. Should this petition be recommended for approval by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved for a rezoning to AR, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. A, submit a minor plat subdividing the 2 acres from the parent parcel of 0105-035D. B, obtain a variance for the flag lot created on the remaining parcel, again, which is the 0105-035D, which will be about 14 acres after the subdivision, prior to any construction or development for that remaining parent parcel. And C, submit appropriate plans or plats to be reviewed and approved by the Development Services Department, Public Works, Newton County Fire Services, the Water Authority, Georgia Soil and Water Commission, and GDOT as applicable. This is the location of the parcel. This is the parent parcel, the 16.4 acres, and they're looking to subdivide out at the head of the road where you see the star. Current zoning is agricultural, which puts it at a 10-acre minimum, which is why they would need to rezone the 2 acres to subdivide out that. So we have the future land use map, Bear Creek Reservoir, that's the watershed, Commissioner District 1. This is the survey showing what is intended. So this is the 2 acres they're going to be doing here. The parent parcel will now have what we're going to call a flag lot remaining, and that is what they'll need a variance for when they're ready to develop this 14 acres, because the access portion is going to be more than 300 feet. So that was why I had that requirement in there. And of course, this is just a concept showing the proposed new 2 acres and the remaining parent parcel. And if there are any questions, if not, the applicant is here, Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to open it up now for the applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight. You have 10 minutes to do so. If you would, please come and state your name and your address for the record, please. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight.
Good evening. I'm April Danley. I'm currently residing at 394 Macedonia Road. My grandparents worked really hard to buy this land. There's a total of 70 plus acres out there. And in order for us, they wanted us to be able to keep our family together. So my sister and brother-in-law are there, my uncle, my father, and they're getting older. So it's time for me. I'm getting older and I would like to put my roots down. And with the stipulations of being on the main road due to no fire hydrants, this is the only way we could really do anything and meet those regulations currently. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Thank you. We also allow 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose tonight. You may come at this time. Please state your name, your address for the record, please. Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Ms. Applewhite. And I think this is in District 1. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time, I'd like to make a motion to approve rezoning request REZ 23-000016.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that's going to do it tonight for our zoning. We're going to revert back to our regular agenda. And I think we are up with the county manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished board members and citizens. I come before you today with the county manager's report. As you all know, people, purpose, and processes, we're going to start this discussion talking about people and talking about our future. I'm going to give you all a Youth Commission update. November 14th, we had the distinct honor to welcome District 93 House Representative Doreen Carter and District 114 Representative Tim Fleming to participate in our Youth Commission meeting. Both representatives have local government experience, so it was only fitting for them to participate in this module where it is local government in relationship with state government. And what was really unique about what they shared with our young bright stars was that working together works in bipartisan fashion. And the two of them work on a lot of projects together and have established a strong partnership. Also, what was really beneficial for our youth is the fact that Representative Carter served as city council in Lithonia, and Representative Fleming served as a commissioner right here in Newton County. So they understand the concerns of local government. These young people are definitely our future. What we were particularly impressed with was how they have already started the engagement initiatives in relationship to their capstone projects. There are 2 capstone projects that the 3 groups will work on. One will be future opportunities for investments, in which 2 groups selected, and 1 group selected teens and mental health for their topic. They were charged with creating a survey relative to those topics and sharing those surveys with their peers in their high schools. What I was particularly pleased with was that they really went out in terms of engagement efforts. Group 1 had 78 responses. Group 2 had 140 responses. And Group 3 had 89 responses. So on average, those groups were averaging 102 responses. So they're getting relative information that's going to be beneficial in relationship to their capstone project and the recommendations that they're going to make to this county. Let's talk about our purpose, optimum service delivery. One of the hot button topics when we talk about optimum service delivery is infrastructure, and I want to talk about some of the fine accomplishments in reference to our infrastructure teams. As you all know, we have 17 departments of workforce units, 743 full-time staff. 87% of those staff reside here in Newton County, so they have a vested interest not only in infrastructure, but the success of this county. Let's talk about development services first. Ms. Shana Applewhite and her team worked diligently. This is a snapshot, a 3-month snapshot, I might add, of the permits issued and processed, the licensing component that's issued and the renewals associated with it, zoning applications and planning. When you look at the 3-month snapshot and the application process piece, on average, they're averaging 140 applications processed. When you look at the permits issued, they're averaging 136 issued. And when you look at the revenue collected when it comes to the permit component, we're looking at just under $277,000. When you look at the licensing component, on average, we're looking at right under 28 license issued. When you look at the license renewals, we're looking at 151. And when you look at the revenue collected in association with the license renewals and things of that nature, we're looking at about $37,113. When you look at the zoning process, we're processing about 13 applications a month. When you look at the revenue collected, that's about $1,683 a month. When you look at our planning component, that's about 7.3 applications processed, and we're looking at about $17,000 in revenue on average when you talk about the planning component. So in total, when you look at the revenue collected, we're just under $333,000. Fleet services. Mr. Matt Childress does a tremendous job with a boutique outfit that does big and bold things. When you look at service hours, when you take this 3-month snapshot, we're averaging about 396 hours of serviceable hours per month. When you drill down and look at that per employee, that's about 9.5 hours a day that they're putting in. When you look at vehicles serviced when it comes to fleet, we're averaging about 196 vehicles and equipment serviced on a monthly basis. And again, when we talk about fleet maintenance, we're looking at over 500 vehicles and pieces of equipment that this unit oversees, and they do a tremendous job. Public Works. A snapshot of the work that's been done in October in terms of the work reports. District 1, 126 work orders. District 2, 65. District 3, 107. District 4, 76. District 5, 91. In total, that's 465 work orders. On average, that's 93 work orders per district. And Mr. Chris Malcolm is doing that with a staff of 47 full and part-time staff members. In addition to the litter component of that, the cleanup crews pick up 1,681 bags of trash, and they've taken about 18.2 tons of trash to the landfill, which is a great segue to the next slide. Solid waste, Mr. Matt Dolan. We just passed our semi-annual compliance inspection with the Environmental Protection Division. We are in compliance. When we had this review, it was conducted in October, and as of November, we have basically been responsible for 5,328 hang tags. in reference to sales well as overall being accounted for those tags. So I salute Matt and his efforts. Transportation, Chester Clegg, a boutique outfit that does big and bold things. If you could look at the slides, you could see that there are 18 projects here. 3 of the projects are all inclusive, meaning all districts are benefiting from it. For example, number 1, we know that patching and road resurfacing is ongoing. Also, all districts will participate in our comprehensive transportation plan update, as well as our county-wide road safety plan update. But when you break down the projects by district, they are as follows. District 1 has 6 projects. District 2 has 8 projects. District 3 has 12 projects. District 4 has 8 projects. District 5 has 5 projects. So every district is being accounted for in terms of the betterment of their infrastructure. Mr. James Brown, the leader of our Director of Water Resources, he does a tremendous job. He receives accolades at the state level, he and his team, in reference to process tests performed for plant performance. They're averaging just under 11,000 tests per month. When we talk about bacterial sampling and testing performed for water customers, routine tests per month are at 158. 10 well and special samples per month. They're also doing triennial lead and copper sampling, which is very important because we don't want lead in our drinking water. And he and his team are constantly meeting to talk about the expansion of the gallons of water per day that is consumed in reference to this county. Again, here's some additional information in reference to the work that they do. When we talk about plant checks, there's 882 plant chemical feed checks per month, 97 filter backwashes in September, 165 in October, and approximately 120 in the month of November. And if anybody knows anything about the backwash, it's just simply reversing and increasing the accumulated debris and particles to make sure when we flush, no more particles and no more debris is coming up. So that's the simplest way to put it. When we talk about water production, in the month of September, nearly 433 million gallons. When we talk about it in October, we're looking at nearly 429 million gallons. And in November, 419 million gallons. Another great avenue for our citizens and residents to make sure that their infrastructure needs are met is through Notified New. It's an app that's on our website. What's really unique about this app, not only can the residents request pothole repairs and things of that nature, they can also monitor the progress. On this slide, you'll see the QR code, and it is on our website as well for all residents. Transitioning to some of the processes associated, there's been a lot of discussion about the ARPA funds and things of that nature, and I appreciate everyone's concerns. I appreciate the residents who came up earlier to talk about, you know, their frustrations in relationship to this process. So in reference to iParametrics, let's talk a little bit about that. It predates me, but this story starts back in March of 2022, excuse me, when the Salvation Army was designated to provide distribution of ARPA funds for the county in reference to homeowner and rental assistance. At that time, approximately $700,000 in aid was supposed to be dispersed. Unfortunately, in September of 2022, we found out that there was some inadequacies, to say the least, in reference to Salvation Army and a caseworker misappropriating funds in the amount of $75,000. That's about 11% of that $700,000. So ultimately, there was a partnership established with iParametrics to distribute the aid and other programming. And since this collaboration, this has been ongoing in reference to the partnership with our parametrics. Now, the billable hours is just like a law firm when it comes to this consultant firm, right? So billable hours are charged in a facet of ways. When we talk about caseworker hours, virtual meetings, administrative tasks associated with program implementation, software design and maintenance, addressing email concerns, and consulting services. Hence, that's where you have the total amount as of November 16th being $818,000, just under $819,000 that has been dispersed to ARPA as a result of their consulting efforts with us. They've also assisted us with a fire service grant as well as a Parks and Rec grant for the amount of $13,000. So again, there have been ebbs and flows, highs and lows. We can accept that, but this process has been fluid and for the most part successful. Let's talk about senior home repairs. Again, highs and lows, ebbs and flows, we've talked about it. There's 854 applications right now that are under review. And quite frankly, $25 million should have been allocated to this program. But only $5 million was allocated. And I am grateful that this board allocated that $5 million because we're trying to do the best that we can in terms of the allocation, in terms of equity and being judicious in our efforts, okay? The average repair payout right now is $17,402. And at this pace, we're gonna help anywhere from 280 to 300 low-income household seniors will be assisted. The operative word there is help. We're still helping families. And I think that should be the cornerstone to any of the discussion in relationship to our efforts. Let's look at how we're helping from a district component. Many times, I think the previous meeting I talked about the area median income, right, and the 50% threshold in terms of the median income. A quick review of that. If the area median income is $65,000 and we have a senior who is only having an annual income of $31,000, where that senior and that senior's family is below that 50% threshold, right? So when we look at these disbursements by district, it's a very interesting data format, but it's accurate and it's trending in the right direction. For example, District 1, 180 applications. In terms of those applications under the 50% threshold, 94 of them are. So out of the 180, 52% of the applications are under the AMI code. 35 have been approved. $576,000 have been awarded to District 1 in terms of funding there. When we talk about District 2, 114 applications, 52 of them are under the AMI threshold. 46% of those applications are under the threshold in total. 22 have been approved. Over $342,000 has been awarded to seniors in District 2. When we look at District 3, 100 applications processed thus far. 41 of them have been under the 50% threshold. 41% of them are applications are under that threshold. 20 have been approved. Nearly $310,000 have been awarded to District 3, excuse me. When you look at District 4, 280 applications received, 148 applications that are below the 50% threshold, and 53% of those applications in total are under the threshold. 47 have been approved, 32% of them have been approved, and just under $850,000 have been awarded to District 4. When you look at District 5, 180 applications, 102 of them are below the 50% AMI threshold. 57% of those applications are under the AMI threshold. 32 have been approved. $636,000 have been awarded to District 5. So again, when we look at, we had 854 applicants. District 4 receiving the highest number of applicants at 280, and receiving the most money thus far awarded. We're trending in the right direction, because approximately 55% of all applicants were noted as below the 50% AMI threshold. And based on those numbers, again, going back to the $5 million allotment that we have, those seniors that are at the 80% threshold, and 80% of 65,000 is $52,000 roughly, right? They may not be funded. And I'm just being honest, and I want to deal in what is real, right? We're looking at it from an equity standpoint and what's most judicious in our efforts to do the right thing. The reason why it's trending in the right direction, when you look at District 4, it may be small in geographics, but it has the largest qualified census tracts. A few months back, we talked about that. The consultant was here. 4 and 2 were leading the way when it came to qualified census tracts. And as a result, nearly 850,000 has been awarded to the District 4 seniors. And following up in second and third, District 5 with 576,000, and District 1 with 636,000. Now, with those 854 applications still being processed, those numbers may change, but they won't change to the point where District 4 will not be leading the way, because again, we're doing it based on the 50% threshold, and District 4 is leading the way with the qualified census tract. Also, there's been discussions about our community centers and whether or not we own certain properties, so on and so forth. I want to thank the citizen who reached out to me in reference to that, as I shared, and I want to thank Commissioner Sanders. And as I shared with Commissioner Sanders and the board, we're looking into that process right now diligently, and there's going to be some standardization in reference to that. And we look to report on that probably the second meeting of January. So thank you for your concerns. In relationship to Nelson Heights, another hot button topic, we are also in discussion right now with various entities who are interested in providing programming at Nelson Heights. In addition to the programming, I shared with the residents there during our September town hall meeting that we wanted a community advisory board. We wanted this to be an inclusive process. And as a result of that, we also have citizens who have reached out and expressed their interest in being a part of the community advisory board. Let me tell you what that community advisory board is going to be for the Nelson Heights Green Acres community. They're going to be an advisory board in which whichever entity is afforded an opportunity to provide services there, they're going to partner with that advisory board. And that advisory board will have a stake in discussing what's needed in that community because they live in that community. So we're trying to be all inclusive with our efforts in relationship to Nelson Heights. When we talk about programming, there's two key components, right? There's core programming elements and core programming structure. Let's talk about the program elements. The 501c3 is a must. There must be a level of governance, right? Responsive system of operation. You have to have a board of directors. You have to have the ability to offer administration. And what I mean by that, a systematic process or activity of running a business in an organization. And the programming must be comprehensive, it must be measurable, and the activities with a particular long-term aim to assist and cultivate the gifts and talents of our youth. i.e. a robust curriculum. When we talk about the programming structure, the components that we're asking for, it's programming to improve the community, multicultural bridge building foundation, and that's key, leadership development initiatives, personal and interpersonal life skills development, and critical thinking and and problem solving, excuse me. Why are these things important? They're important because, again, our youth is the future, right? And we want to cultivate their personal gifts and talents. Here's a success story. I had an opportunity to run a program, the MGC Academic and Athletic Program. I created that program in 2005. And here's a picture of a young lady, Miss Amaria Jackson. There are several pictures here. You can see her in her cheerleader outfit, and you can see her with her cattle, and you can see her reviewing farm plans, and you can also see her looking at the trunk circumference of a tree, right? Well, Amaria had a fixation while she was an outstanding cheerleader and track athlete. She always had a fixation, and she was a Miss Green Thumb, if you will, right? She loved the grass, the flowers, the trees, the insects, so on and so forth. So what we did, again, because it was academics before athletics, right? We tapped into her talents, and we afforded her an opportunity to go and visit farms, such as the Homestead Farm, and she went there, and we realized, okay, this young lady who's in an urban community, who does not have a lot of the support needed to succeed, has the ability to be great in agriculture. And as a result of that, she was an honor roll student. She is currently a senior at Southern University and majoring in agriculture, science, and economics. She has an internship right now with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and she is also going on to pursue her master's, in which the Department of Agriculture will pay for. And once she concludes with that, she'll have a job with the Department of Agriculture. So again, cultivating the gifts of the young people is paramount with the programming component. Another success story is a young man by the name of Eugene Smith, commonly known as Geno Smith. He too participated in the program, and as you could see here, there's a picture of him with his football team and a young head coach by the name of Harold Cooper after winning 27 consecutive games with the young man, shameless plug. And there are other pictures with him, a picture with him getting ready to throw a touchdown here at the University of West Virginia. And then there's a picture of him at the bottom in his Seattle Seahawks uniform being recognized as the NFL Comeback Player of the Year in 2022 after he's in his 11th year now in the NFL. But what I'm particularly pleased about when it comes to Geno is not all the touchdowns he's throwing. If he chose after high school not to throw another pass, Geno is a gifted artist. As you can see here, he's on a Promethean board showing that he's a scholarly practitioner, but then there's a drawing there. He's a draft drawer, and he's also an artist, a painter. So as many scholarships as he had in football, he had just as many to go to some of the finest art schools in the nation. And again, putting academics before athletics was the cornerstone of what we're discussing here. And again, I want you all to know that I'm in tune with what's needed when it comes to programming because I did it before and I lived it. Since I'm on the topic of reflections, I want to reflect a little bit about a young man who grew up in a home. It was really what we call a duplex, right? It was 1,400 square feet. And if you look at the front of this home and then you look on the side, you'll see a window with an air conditioning unit hanging out of it. Well, that's one residency. It's 1,400 square feet, and it was a multi-family duplex, right? 5550 Northwest 12th Avenue, Miami, Florida, but it's commonly known as Liberty City, Florida, right? So myself and 5 other people lived in the front, okay? And my mother was a domestic. My father was a laborer. And my mother had to drop out of school in the 9th grade to help her mother take care of her 9 brothers and sisters when her father tragically died, okay? So while she may not be in academia, one of the things I will profess today is she's one of the smartest people I ever met, because she had a bachelor's in common sense, a master's in respect, and a PhD in integrity. And she instilled that in my sisters and I, okay? And as a result of that, she understood that while her and my father didn't have the means, but if she can get us in programming, we could benefit from that. And that's why the Carroll City Optimist Club and other clubs that I was a part of nurtured and cultivated my talents and gifts, right? Because it takes a village to raise a child. So I say that to say you can be from the underserved communities, but you can make it, you know, and anybody can matriculate from the ghetto to the Gitmo if they're diligent and they're consistent in their efforts. So, why am I saying this? It's because I've been in this role now for 6 months and 3 weeks, and working together works. And Commissioner Henderson said it so eloquently at our November 2nd meeting, and he said it rather simplistically when he said we need to work together. And I agree. Let's do it. In fact, let's be like the Nike moniker and just do it, right? So how do we do that? We do it by not looking through our rearview mirror, right? There's a reason why the windshield is bigger than the rearview mirror, because you're supposed to leave things behind on your journey and on your road to success. So here's what I'm going to ask everybody in this room, not just the elected officials, yours truly, the residents here. Let's leave certain things behind. Let's leave mendacious propaganda behind, the distortion of the truth, because when we distort the truth, we're telling a lie. Let's leave the manipulation of circumstances for personal gains behind, right? Let's leave the manipulation of circumstances for personal gains behind. Because when we use residents as props in a game, then we're doing a disservice to the community. Let's refrain from inaccurate assertions, right? You know, because when we have a jaundiced view to perpetuate a narrative, then we're again doing the citizens a disservice. So I want us to spend less time looking through the rearview mirror, and let's look through the windshield in 2024, right? Let's hit the reset button. Let's recalibrate. And most importantly, understand the focus and why we're here, and that's to serve the people. In closing, I want to again extend my condolences again, Commissioner Henderson. I know on the very first day when it happened, I reached out to you, so I want to extend that again. And also, I want this board and the residents to pray for my predecessor's predecessor, as I understand that Mr. Lloyd Kirk had some tragedy in his family. This concludes my county manager's report, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Henderson. Thank you. And I appreciate you calling me upon the death of my granddaughter, she was just 3 months. And I tell you what I said at a viewing and at the chapel of Lackey's Funeral Home. I said that I thank God for the 3 months that He allowed me to be with an angel, and then after 3 months, He showed me what an angel really looked like, and it looked like a little child who hadn't said a word, hadn't walked, just cried a little bit, and then He called her home. Now, getting to the business, is just a couple questions I wanted to ask. I had asked for a list of all the Arthur Fund, that's what I'm referring to. I had asked for a list of the people who actually receive Arthur Fund, and I think I asked Patrick, could you give me the names and the addresses, because I wanted to see or be able to talk to some of the people who had it, because out of all the complaints that I get, and they do get me, they do call me, they do come over my house and talk to me about, maybe why they wouldn't get this, and I called to the county and, hopefully get some answers for them. And so I wanted the list so I could see some of the people personally about that. And I like the story about you were telling us about, how you were born and your family. But I just want, not too long, I want to talk a little bit about J.C. Henderson. J.C. Henderson, I was born over Henry Street. My grandmother moved over to Southwest Street. And as a adolescent child in grade school, I had to run up the hill through Miss Helen Norrington's house up over the hill to Watt Street School. And it's the part that you don't see. It's the old school where we received the secondhand books and tore out pages, and we had to kind of learn on that. But I went to school in Miss English, and then they tried to do the best they could. My grandmother, she couldn't read that well because those were the times. And so my neighbor, Jane Henderson, no relation that I know of, would help me with my work so I could learn. So I learned at an early age, if you were small, then they would bully you if you got to the school. And for many years, I ran down the hill fast and I ran up the hill. But I had to go to school because I know that Henrietta Ross, my grandma, would put some on this old boy behind. And I would rather go to school and face those guys, and then for my grandmother to get a hold of me, because my grandma would beat me with a brush broom. She didn't lie. You had to go to church, and then during the summer, I had to go to my father's mother's house in the summer, Jane Lee Henderson's house. Had to go there to give my grandmother here in town a break, because she needed a break from children. We know what children do. But they learned me to go to church, and they learned me not to steal. They learned me not to tell lies, and I took that with me as I get. And I really never did get in any trouble until I became a board of commissioners. I learned there was a whole pack of lies people would tell on you. They would tell you a whole lot of stuff about you, say bad things, and say you were stealing and talk about your kids and stuff, and with no proof. But it was all right though. I still said I'm putting Jesus first, and I'm not gonna worry about what they're saying about me. But I'm gonna say this now: Nelson Heights, which you talked about a little bit, just a little bit of accomplishments, and you were talking about the accomplishment that you did. I'm talking about here in Covington, Newton County. Eric Stokes, who one of the little guys who went to the school, who I think play now for the Green Bay Packers as a safety. He went there. His name Rankin, I think Recreation could tell you he more folks. They went there and went to school and became successful. And not only did my son was successful, Jaquan Henderson too as well, which graduated from Georgia Tech, played football, coaching now. But there was a lot of kids did a lot of good things. What's sad to me, not the fact that I may not be there, is the fact that the place is vacant. Leaves all over the ground, nobody going in. The gates are locked. Now, we can say what we want to say and say all what we're doing, but nobody's doing nothing here. I can see here, I can't see the Detroit or in Atlanta. I can see in Covington. I can see nothing going on. Our children's math skills, I think all over Newton County, is below grade level. Their reading is even less than that. And all it would take is some books and somebody taking out time to read them. But we cut that. And you say, well, we're going to find somebody. Well, I don't think that you could find nobody to do what we done over there at that school and took all that criticism that they throw towards us. Everything they said about me was a lie, and the truth wasn't in them. That's how I was raised, to tell the truth. Everything they said about my son, said that he had a felony or something. That was a lie. All that stuff was dismissed. We just never said nothing that you went on and talked about it. Oh, he was raising up folks out of the district. All the big paper. People need to write the truth for a change and stop lying on folks. Stop sending moles to go in there and run back with some of the commissioners and tell lies. You said that when you came and said, I'm going to fix this. Well, we're looking for a fix, my friend.
And you know what? Hold me accountable. I love it. Hold me accountable, okay?
And in closing, if I may.
I love it.
Point of order.
And in closing, if I may, since I have the floor, in closing,
let's walk together.
Let us stop picking and choosing people whose houses we want to fix. Because I know a few. I'm not calling names, but you can ask me afterward and I can tell you and punch you over to them. I know a few who they didn't fix houses, who live just in the community. And that's why I wanted the list, because I wanted to see. I want to do what's right, because that's what God wants us to do, and that's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm going to try to make this quick, and I apologize to those who were in the audience. Thank you, County Manager, for your detailed report. Just wanted to clear up some stuff, because as Commissioner Henderson stated, we as the board get the frustration. We get the residents complaining, and we have to relate that back to the county manager. Unfortunately, and this is just not coming from the commissioners, this is coming from the residents, they're stating nobody's answering them. Nobody's returning their calls. This doesn't come from us. This comes from the residents. They've come up here and they stated that. I was at church on Sunday. I was invited to a church in their event. I had residents, seniors, as a local official, and you can't go into the grocery store without people providing information, and I'm honored. I'm happy to do that. I'm honored. I took this position, and I took on the role and responsibility. But after church, I had a swamp of seniors come up to me about their gripes and frustration about this program, and that's not how it's supposed to be. We should not be frustrating our seniors at this day and age, and they say they're not getting calls back. That should not be happening. We didn't, when the Board of Commissioners, when I was thinking about ARPA and the Board of Commissioners came together to agree on what we're going to put in place, I know I was excited. I can't speak for all my colleagues, but I was excited that Newton was finally providing something for our residents, that they were able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, especially during the pandemic. But I did not expect all of these issues and gripes, especially for a company we're paying $800,000 to. I did not expect all of that to occur. So this information is coming from the residents. Our residents are smart enough, intelligent enough to speak their minds. We don't have to manipulate nobody. A lot of them been doing this before I even came on the board. So I get accused for certain residents saying certain things. They've been doing it before I even came on the board. This is my first term. They've been doing this way before I got here. So, and the other thing is, the residents are stating, one resident informed me that they received all of their assistance, well, not assistance, the product actually, a hot water heater, was placed in their home. And the individuals that put the contractor that put the hot water heater in their home informed us that Newton County stopped all checks and these individuals are waiting on their payment. So I don't know the validity of it, but the resident, the contractor called the resident, and the contract is waiting on his money from Newton County. That's not the first time I've heard that we don't have a standard operating procedure, SOP, for those who've been in corporate, we know what that is. We don't have a procedure put in place on how we're going to pay the contractor. Then we had individuals who stated that they had contractors and mysteriously the contractors fell off the list. So now they're back at square one. It was so many problems with this program that I did not expect to get from a company or even the county, people that are put in place, because the names change on who's doing whatever, $800,000. There has to be some accountability and responsibility of what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 8. Mr. County Attorney, thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to stand up to disincentivize myself from going too long because my legs will get tired. So, as you're aware, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Board of Tax Assessors. I want to start by sort of at the beginning and just tell you what the duties of the Board of Tax Assessors are. The Board of Tax Assessors exist for the purpose of identifying and assessing the value of all taxable property, real and personal, within Newton County, and they also exist for the purpose of creating and submitting to the state of Georgia on an annual basis the Tax Digest. And the Tax Digest sets forth the total value of all of that real and personal property within the county that is subject to taxation. The qualifications to serve on the Board of Tax Assessors are set by state law, and it's relatively minimal. You are required to be 21 years of age or older. You have to be a high school graduate or recipient of a GED. You have to live within the county within at least 6 months of being appointed, and you have to complete on an annual basis mandatory education requirements. Actually, not annual. You have to complete your initial training within, I think, 6 months from your appointment, and then every 2 years you complete 40 hours worth of training. There are 6 members of the Board of Tax Assessors in Newton County, Georgia. State law provides that you must have between 3 and 6. Newton County has 6. And they serve 6-year terms. The main reason for my presentation is to discuss the appointment process. And before I talk to you about the appointment process, I want to tell you how it's been done. For at least 20 years, as Commissioner Sanders said earlier, for at least 20 years, Newton County has treated the appointment of members of the Board of Tax Assessors on a district basis. And what I mean by that is there has always been a member appointed from District 1, from District 2, from District 3, District 4, and District 5. And those members have been appointed primarily, if not exclusively, upon the nomination by the District Commissioner and the placement on a consent agenda and approval by the board. And my firm was requested through my partner, Aaron, from the Board of Tax Assessors to review that process and advise the board whether that was the process that the state law and local ordinances called for. Georgia law provides very little guidance about how appointment process is done, but it is very clear in one regard. Georgia law provides that members of the board are to be appointed by the county governing authority. It takes a majority vote of this board to appoint any member to the Board of Assessors, and that is a function of state law. There is a provision in the county code that provides that the Board of Assessors is appointed at large, which means across the board of the county, not by individual districts, by the chairperson subject to approval by the Board of Commissioners. So if that provision is applicable, then essentially the chairman nominates people and this board votes for who should or shouldn't serve on the board. Neither of those procedures for the appointment of members of Board of Assessors call for or require individual district appointments. Now, I'm not saying that it is illegal to do that. I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting to you that it is illegal for the Board of Commissioners to sort of agree among itself that we're going to defer appointments to one another and we're going to appoint the person that you choose or you choose or you choose. What I'm saying to you is that's not what the law says you have to do. How you get from nominating a member or after a member is nominated, what the law requires is that that member be approved by a majority vote of the Board of Commissioners. How you nominate members is really up to you. How you decide what the nomination process is, who makes the nomination, how you decide among various applicants, that is entirely up to the board. What I want you to understand is While for the past 20 years it has been done on a per-district basis, there's no legal requirement that it continue on that basis. If that's what the board chooses to do, then so be it. If the board chooses to do it otherwise, then so be it. It's entirely up to the board. Something you might want to consider, if the individual district appointments are not satisfactory going forward, something you might want to consider is just opening a nominating period. Allow anybody, any of you, any member of the Board of Commissioners, to nominate someone, place all of those nominations on an agenda and come in and vote on them one at a time. That way, everybody has an opportunity to nominate. If you choose among yourselves, for instance, if an opening comes up and the board chooses among itself to allow District 2 to make the nomination, there's nothing that would prevent you from not making a nomination. There would be one nomination, the board would vote it up or down. There's nothing to prevent you from deciding among yourselves that everyone wants to make a nomination and you want to vote them up or down as they go. And I think the reason that's important is, unlike every other board that's appointed, not every other board member that's appointed, but the majority of the board members that are appointed, especially the boards you create, are intended at the outset to kind of walk in lockstep with you. Your planning and zoning member, your zoning advisory board member, pick the advisory board, they are intended by their very creation to serve you as an individual commissioner, to help assert your agenda, to help inform you of what's going on below you among those other boards. That's not the case with the Board of Tax Assessors. In fact, the term of the member of the Board of Tax Assessors is 6 years. Yours is 4. The Board of Tax Assessors stagger in a way that doesn't correspond with the way you stagger. And that's by design, and the reason it exists that way is because of the role of those appointed members. Those appointed members make the decision, subject of course to appeal, how much everybody's property is assessed for the purpose of paying taxes. It is intended and it is created to create some separation between you, the elected officials, and the appointed members of the Board of Commissioners. I would suggest to you that the reason that there is that separation is because you are directly answerable to the public. You get voted in and out of office, and there's tremendous incentive. Obviously, I'm not saying that any of you do this, but there's tremendous incentive to keep assessed values low in order to keep taxes low. And that's the reason I think the Board of Assessors is kind of separate and apart from the Board of Commissioners, both in terms, both in appointment processes, and frankly in duties. Their only duty is to assess taxes. That's all the Board of Tax Assessors do. Your role in the tax process, obviously, is setting the millage rate. That duty rests with you. It rests completely with you. So that's the information I wanted to make sure you all knew. I want to be able to say that you are making whatever decision you make fully knowledgeable of what the relevant law is, that you are proceeding, if we look at the windshield and the rear view mirror, obviously the rear view mirror is there for 20 years. Every member currently serving on the Board of Tax Assessors, including 2 that were approved in October of last year, were appointed by this per district process. It is a procedure that is not necessary. It's not called for under the law. But if that's what y'all choose to do, you can choose to do that. And if you choose to do it another way, you can choose to do it another way too. Again, my recommendation is consider some process where there is a period of open nominations. The board makes nominations. They're all placed on an agenda and you vote on them. And as long as they satisfy those minimum requirements, and that's the reason I mentioned those minimum requirements, there's no requirement that you confirm unless you want to. I mean, obviously, you can certainly inquire into people's educational and professional backgrounds, but the only requirements is over the age of 24, high school graduate or the equivalent, live in Newton County, and then they have to commit to complete the training. I'm happy to answer any questions any of you might have and address any concerns you have.
Commissioner Sanders.
I just want to clarify, on the website, Newton County website, and the residents can go and look up the tax assessor board, the Board of Assessors. There are 5 members, 1 for each district. There's District 1, Mr. Marvin Manor, Mr. Burnham Bell is District 2, Mr. Charles Berry is District 3, Johnny Blackshear is District 4, Kevin E. Mitchum is District 5, and Victoria Hardy, who is our assistant, I think a deputy tax assessor, I believe that's her title. Forgive me if I got your title incorrect. She's the secretary. So there are 5 members on that board. So as you mentioned, I was given documents since 1980. They've been doing this since 1980. And as Patrick stated, as you mentioned, 20 years. But it's been over 20 years it has been done this way. And so my question would be to you, Patrick, why now, and you may or may not know the answer, but I just want to put it on record, why now in 2023, when it's time for District 3 to make their appointment, that there's an issue when we just recently, a year ago, appoint a tax assessor to the board?
Yeah, first of all, you may be right. I may have misspoken about 6 and 5. The answer to your question, and we talked about it last week, I don't know. I was asked to perform the task I'm performing. I was asked to ensure that this board is aware of the law surrounding the appointment of the board members to the tax assessor's office. As we discussed, I wasn't aware at the time, and probably still couldn't name the members of the Board of Tax Assessors. I wasn't aware at the time how many were up for reappointment. Someone else in my office handles that, and it's not something, and you're right, it's not something that normally comes to me. But the request was made of me to ensure that this board understood what the law called for, how that process was contemplated under Georgia law. And that's the only reason I'm sitting up here in front of you today.
I want to put on record, in 2021, I was informed about my tax assessor appointment. And I was informed by residents that our tax assessor appointment didn't live in the district. And unfortunately, at this time, it has nothing to do with Commissioner Edwards' district, because he appointed his own. We have 2 people that represent District 1 currently on that district. That has nothing to do with the commissioner in District 1. The person that sat in this seat before me appointed that individual. And so in 2021, I conversed with our county attorney, actually 2 county attorneys from the law firm, 2 county attorneys. And so one of the things that was stated to me, I said, well, my tax person doesn't stay in my district, so what can I do at the particular moment? And so I was informed. She said, well, call him to see if he will resign, and since you're a new commissioner, see if he'll allow you to do so. But this is what I was stated, and it was our county attorney, Megan Martin. She said, just an FYI, that I'm sitting down with this now to figure out how we can get your choice in as a member. I plan on asking the member to step down, but my understanding is Mr. Berry can be a bit difficult. I take a run at it, never hurts, right? And that came from our county attorney. Then I received a call from another county attorney, one of our attorneys from the law firm, Mr. Bond, who said, Commissioner, I understand that you would like to have someone represent your district, that you know what's going on. But he said you would have to wait, because they've been doing it on the consent agenda in the 6 terms. You have to wait until December 31st, 2023. I did that. So now we're here. I've been asked for a whole year. Now I understand why people have been asking me who my tax assessor board person is, because once I submitted it, I think Monday before last, got calls, and Patrick had to get involved. Now they want attorneys to say we've been doing it wrong. And the Board of Commissioners has been doing this for decades, almost 3 decades, the same way. So it should not even be a question at this moment. Even with me sitting on this board right now, I voted with the consent agenda of those members being on the tax assessor board for each district making their own appointment. So it does look like the perception thereof that there is an issue and there's a problem. Mr. Berry was appointed by Commissioner Danny Stone in 1999. And I constitute different years of what I was doing in 99. I was in my senior year in college at Grambling State University. In 2005, he was appointed again by the same commissioner. In 2011, he was appointed by Commissioner Esther Fleming. And then my predecessor reappointed him under consent agenda the same way in 2017. And as I stated, I don't know who Mr. Berry is personally. When he came up to me at a meeting that was at the FFA camp, he came up to me and said, I want to stay on the board. Honestly, I had no idea who Mr. Berry was until they mentioned he was one of the sponsors. And one of my board members was with me. I said, oh, that's Mr. Berry. So this is not a personal issue, because I don't know him personally. Never had a conversation with him besides him saying he wanted to stay on the board, and then I was asked to give him a call to see if he would resign, although that conversation wasn't pleasant because he already had preconceived notions that I was calling. He was already informed I was calling. So this has been happening over the years. So the question is, Why are we changing it in 2023? Our board, I'm sorry, I hear somebody talking. Our board member was appointed in 2020, a board member was called by our clerk to confirm to be here at this meeting today that they will be appointed by Commissioner Sanders as the next person to represent District 3. I thank you, Mr. Barrett, for serving 24 years. But is that fair for a resident on a resident board not to be able to serve on this board? And this Board of Commissioners has been doing the same thing for over 20-some years. But now we get to 2023 when it's time to reappoint someone for District 3. That's a problem.
Thank you. I just had a question. Patrick, County Attorney Patrick, during your, presentation, you said that somebody asked you to bring this up, and I just asked for information purposes, and since that's public, who asked you to bring this up?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it was my law partner, Aaron Meyer, he is the attorney in my office that handles tax assessor items. So he and I had a conversation that, I think we were at lunch, and he said, hey, listen, I need your help with something. He told me what it was. I said, I'll do it. So it came from Aaron Meyer. Now, I have not asked Aaron, what was the behind the scenes conversation. I did not ask him that. It wasn't relevant to my presentation to you today for my purposes.
Yes, and I'm gonna say, I'll be quick, Mr. C. I think it's very important to know who asked that question, because as long as I've been on the board, and I'm the old man, I guess, and I am the old man on this board, and it had always been done that way. Now, I'm gonna say this, as far as Mr. Barry. I like Mr. Barry, he's a good person, but I cannot go against the district commissioner as far as who she may want to represent her district. Lastly, it's only been 2 times that something similar to this has been done. The Solid Waste Committee, they changed it and said that it had to be everybody vote for my representative. For about, I think, 15 years, I haven't had a person on the Solid Waste Committee, and then Commissioner Sanders. Thank you. What's your recommendation, sir?
Yeah, my recommendation is Mr. Chairman, open up nominations and perhaps just ask for nominations by, a week before the next meeting, or maybe a meeting after that, and put them all on the agenda, let the board vote on them. That would be if you want to abandon the district by district procedure, if you want to go with a different way, just do that. Put them up there, let board members vote. Ultimately, whoever makes the nomination, ultimately, 3 hands have to go up to appoint that individual.
Okay.
So, there's nothing I can do about how people vote. And so, in my mind, the best way to get an affirmative vote and put a human being on those boards is to have more than one nominee and let the board vote up or down.
Okay. And do we need a motion to? We don't need a motion to do that.
I don't think you need a motion. You control the agenda. You have the ability to put what goes on the agenda. You could just ask for nominees and say you'll just put them all on the agenda and have a discussion and a vote.
All right. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes, I would like to make a motion for Ms. Cynthia Butler, who was stated in the beginning as the appointment for District 3 to represent on this board as tax assessor.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? It's not on the agenda. No.
I think you can interpret her motion to be a motion to amend the agenda and to approve it, and I think you can just do it all at once.
Hey, let's vote it up or vote it down. Vote it up or vote it down.
Well,
no. Okay. I'm gonna call them for the vote. This is what you asked for. All in favor? Any opposed?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is against the parliamentary procedures. This is completely against parliamentary procedures. This was already done at the very beginning of the meeting to amend this agenda. That motion failed. We cannot come to an actual agenda item that is for a discussion to cause it to be adopted or to have a vote on it. We just cannot do that. That's against parliamentary procedures. So I'm calling point of order right now. We cannot do this. That is against Parliament's
Actually, Mr. Edwards, Commissioner Edwards asked for it to be placed on the agenda. He was told that we were going to do it now.
Let's do this. Let's clean up any question. Let's make a motion to amend the agenda to add that question. If that motion passes, then make that question the motion. That would be the appropriate way to do it. It's okay to vote on something more than once in a meeting.
You can amend the agenda within the agenda.
So make my recommendation would be make a motion to amend the agenda.
And I wish we would have complied with Commissioner Edwards in the beginning.
Guys, are we gonna, listen,
I'd like to make a motion
it's
to
a
amend the
motion on
agenda.
floor.
Well, he just told us.
It's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Is there a second? If we stop talking so much and listen, that's the problem. Won't
Point of
nobody
order,
listen.
point of order.
No, this is the point right here. Won't nobody listen.
No, you're not making.
There's a motion and a second to amend the agenda to add Miss Cynthia Butler as the District 3 representative. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Okay, all opposed. Mr. Commissioner Cowell, you got your hand up? It failed 3-0. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna receive names, just like the county attorney said. We're gonna receive names. We'll give a name, and that's how we'll proceed forward. And we'll vote on it at the next board meeting.
I want to make sure that this, we already know this is on record, this is actually being recorded, how discriminatory this looks. It looks very discriminatory. And I just want the board to recognize what they just did. Okay. Because each board member from District 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, and 5 had their appointments and put them under the consent agenda, and it was approved without any discussion or any conversation. So I just want you to be aware of what just happened here, how discriminatory it looks, and be prepared for the lawsuit.
Thank you. Next is the consent agenda. Guys, next is consent agenda. I ask that we remove item 9I from the consent agenda and make it 23B. 9I, make it 23B. 9I, make it 23B. I seek a motion that we approve the consent agenda. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? All in favor? All in favor? To approve the consent agenda as stated. Thank you. Any opposed? Any opposed? Well, we're gonna have to give a reason, a legal reason tonight.
I can definitely give a
We gotta give a legal reason.
I can definitely give a reason. I abstained because of basically how this was done. Commissioner Edwards asked in the beginning, Commissioner Edwards asked in the beginning, was there gonna be discussion and vote? We can roll back the tape like a reality show. And he asked that discussion in the beginning to place this on the agenda. He was told that we were gonna do that in the conversation discussion with our county attorney. So I abstain because it's confusing particular moment and how we actually conducted this.
Commissioner Henderson, are you abstaining too?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The reason why I'm abstaining because for years it had been did differently, and I think for the county attorney for us to pay him to come up and give us a reason that it wasn't stated by the board of commissioner or the county manager, and just somebody anonymous that whether another lawyer who has nothing to do with Newton County tell me they had to bring this up tonight. I just don't believe that. I've been around a little bit. I didn't believe that at all. And so I think in fairness, I think it should have been clearly stated. So well, J.C. Henderson, if that's the case, said that he asked me to bring it up, and that's why I'm bringing it up, and that's why I'm getting paid for what I'm doing.
Thank you. 3-2. Ms. Hamp. Please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Discussion and consideration. We're at item number 10 for senior services. Our presenters are Ms. Frida Reed, Director of Senior Services, along with Mr. Jeff Prine, Project Manager, requesting approval to move forward to build the Senior Enrichment Center on property owned by Newton County located at 6244 Highway 212.
Of analyzing certain properties on behalf of the new SPOS 23 project, the Senior Services Enrichment Center. We determined a piece of property. We tried to come to terms with that property, but we were unable to do that. So we have now coming back to you. There were two other potential candidate sites that we analyzed. One was located at 6244 Highway 212, and the other one was 6169 Highway 212. We worked with our design build team to analyze both of those, and after looking at them, we realized that the constructability analysis determined that it would be about 25% additional cost to build on the 6169 highway. So we are recommending tonight that we move forward with the candidate to 6244 Highway 212, which is Denny Dobbs Park.
Thank you, sir. I seek a motion, please. I'm asking again, I seek a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the senior service requesting approval to move forward to build the Senior Enrichment Center on property owned by Newton County located at 6244 Highway 212.
Is there a second? It's motion by Commissioner Mason, second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? Commissioner Cowan.
Ms. Frida, you okay with this location?
I'm fine with that location.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
I just want to make sure, Ms. Frida, the residents of the senior services, will it be accessible? Because I know you mentioned that in that District 4, District 3 corridor area, that's where the majority of the fluctuation of seniors are coming from. So what is going to be provided for them to get to that area? I just want to make sure.
Well, we'll have transportation, our shuttle buses, to get to that area. You know, the first one failed, but we do need a center, additional center for our seniors, because as you talked about the population of Newton County, our foundation, which is our seniors, they're growing. For some reason or another, we've become Florida for everybody that wants to retire. So we're growing, and even though we just put an addition to the building that we have now, we outgrew that building the day we opened the doors. So we need a center that will accommodate the same thing this center does on Turner Lake Road in the part of the county that's heavy populated, and it now being Denny Dobbs, and we would have the transportation to get them there.
Thank you. All in favor? It passed 5-0. Thank you. I'm so glad y'all are finally getting y'all a new home.
Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you so much. Ms. Ham.
Mr. Chair, we have two items for finance, number 11 and number 12. The first one is finance, the October 2023 financial update. Ms. Brittany White, our finance director, and following will be finance with water resources, requesting approval of the Georgia Fund 1 resolution number R120523. That'll also be presented by our director, Ms. Brittany White.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. How you doing tonight?
Tonight I will be presenting the October 2023 financials. October is the 4th month of our fiscal year, so that puts us roughly about 33% through the year. I'll start with the general fund revenues. To date, we have brought in 13.8 in revenues.
So this is a graph per month. So October has been our largest month because in October our tax revenues generally start flowing in. The graph below shows the actuals to budget. Our general fund expenditures. So to date we have, the current month we spent $6.2 million. To date we've spent $26.6 million. So that puts us at 28.89%. So we're trending just a little under that 33%. And this graph shows the per month expenditures, and then below that shows the actuals to budget. So at this point in the year, we have brought in $21.5 million in actuals and revenue, 26.6 in expenditures. So that puts us at 5.1 in our revenues under our expenditures. But that's pretty typical this time of year because most of our revenues have not been flowing in. We have 3 enterprise funds. The first one is the water fund. Their revenue actual to date is $3.4 million. Their expenses to date are $2.1 million. Our solid waste fund, their revenues to date are $3.3 million, and their expenses to date are $2 million. And our Gaithers and Factory Shoals fund, their revenue to date is $69,000, and their expenses to date are $96,000. We currently have 3 active SPLOS. 2011 SPLOS has one remaining project, the historic jail, and that one I believe has recently been voted on to start. So that one, once that project's done, we will wrap up the 2011 SPLOS. So remaining there is $1,027,000. Our 2017 SPLOS, the collections have wrapped up on that, but we still do currently have $35.5 million remaining to spend in that SPLOS. The 2023 SPLOS is our new SPLOS. We've been collecting on that just for 4 months at this point. Right now, the 2023 SPLOS looks like it's negative, but reminder that we do have bonded projects, so that's the reason for that negative. So our 2023 collections to date, we've collected so far as of the October report 3 months. We did average $1.5 million in our estimate, so we've been collecting slightly over that. So at this point, our collections to date are 5.4. Our projections were 4.5. So at this point, we brought in $944,000 over what we estimated. And I did not change the heading on that, but this is the impact fee fund, and we currently have $4.5 million in there. Any questions?
Brittany, do you happen to have a breakdown of the impact fees per district?
No, we don't track per district, at least in the expenditure side. I'm not sure if planning and zoning tracks the revenues per district. I'd have to get with Shayna on that.
Okay, so I would need to contact planning and zoning.
That would be for the revenues. I can tell you from the expenditure side, though, we do not track per district.
And what was the total amount that we collected for impact fees? Again, I apologize.
The actual impact fee budget currently is 4.5, so that's what we're holding like in our checking account.
You said that's the budget. Is that the amount that was actually collected?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've collected more over the years, but that's currently what we are holding in the checking account.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is a Georgia Fund 1 resolution, and this is a resolution to open a new Georgia Fund 1 account. The Georgia Fund 1 is the local government investment pool. So this account will be open to invest the water funds, cash reserves, because in the Georgia Fund 1 account, your interest yields are pretty similar to what a CD would be, but your money is liquid. So if you need that money, it's available to you the next day. So this is just a resolution to be able to invest their funds into the local investment pool.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Can I get a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second, I think, by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you, Brittany. Ms. Hamp.
Mr. Chair, the next 2 items we have on the agenda, the next item we have is item number 13 for recreation and purchasing. Requesting approval for Sports Field Incorporated contract for City Pond and Turner Lake Softball Complex turf renovations. We do have Mr. Jeff Prine, our project manager, along with Mr. Dwayne Mask, our director of Parks and Recreation.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Earlier this year, we issued a request for proposal for design build services to renovate the turf systems at the City Pine Park and Turner Lake softball complex. We received a proposal from Sports Fields, Inc. We've reviewed it and vetted it, and tonight we are recommending that you accept that and award a contract in the amount of $101,120.
Is there a motion tonight? It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? Commissioner Sanders?
I don't know if Jeff can answer this question. Are we still in an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Covington in regards to parks and recreation? Did they have to weigh in on any of this because City Pond is considered city property?
No.
No, we still have the lease agreement for the property.
So no intergovernmental agreement?
Well, we have a
Yeah,
lease agreement for the property, right?
Okay.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes, myself personally, and not all the time, but sometimes I go over to the park, just to kind of talking around, and it's needed of some repairs, make it look a little better, as being representative to the for Newton County, and I hope that not only, and hopefully we'll see in the past, we'll go to the recreation, the playgrounds and stuff throughout Newton County, especially the ones in town that are in disrepair, and that we'll look at redoing those too as well, is so that we can have all our parks for our kids looking good.
Commissioner Sanders?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I forgot to ask this question. This is from the SPLOSH 2023. When will we be hearing about the remaining projects from SPLOSH 2017?
So I do a monthly report, so I'll work with the county manager to make sure we get that out to you guys.
So would that be a presentation before the board? And the reason why I'm asking that question, because I get asked on a daily basis.
Okay.
So I don't have information to provide when we don't receive updates on what's happened with projects that the residents voted on in 2017 that they're looking forward to see completed, and we're in 2023. And we're now working on 2023 projects, and we have not finished 2017.
That's something that the county manager will bring forward.
Well, that's why I was asking him that, Mr. Chair, because we don't get updates. So since we had the project manager here, and we are public, in a public meeting, I was able to get the questions answered for those residents who've been asking consistent questions.
Mr. Sanders will provide you an update.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Also, Mr. Chair, number 14 is coming from Facilities with Mr. Jeff Prine. This is for a presentation of a rehabilitation options for the R.L. Cousins Community Center.
Yes, sir. So earlier this year, when we initiated this particular project, we were requested to do an assessment and to look at options that would look at both the possibility of either renovating and doing new construction at this property. Working with our design builder, Sunbelt, we have worked with interviewing each of the tenants, CASA, Partnership, and the Juvenile Justice, and the Board of Elections, who will be moving out there. And we've also done a property assessment looking at the existing buildings, ascertaining information from Facilities, Jason Johnson and his team, to look at the facility itself. So with the report that you have tonight is the outcome of that effort. So if you look on the page 2, this is the existing campus. You have the historic buildings, the government annex, band building, Wolverine Field, and the Wolverine Gym. Next page. So the first part of the analysis was determining the buildings that contribute to the historic features of the campus. What you have here is the old education admin wing, which is on the front. You have the kitchen and old cafeteria and stage, and the library. The library is where CASA is today. Those are the contributing historic buildings that make up the campus itself. Next slide. So we looked at 3 options. Option 1 was to look at the possibility of just renovating the existing space. We know that one of the things that this site struggles with is enough parking, and parking that has ADA accessibility to get into the facility. So this particular site plan and cost includes adding 48 new parking spaces on the front adjacent to the historic education wing. We would also be doing some work on the existing parking back behind Wolverine Gym. And then also looking at numerous different site improvements for water, sewer, and other kind of improvements. Then from that, we go into page 5. So this is how the building program could fit on this piece of property. The red is the old cafeteria, and that's where CASA is today. They have recently done some renovations in that side of the facility, so there's very limited amount of work that we need to do there. In the front, you have the family connections, that it would be fully renovated. Juvenile justice, we've met with them. Recently, they received funds from the state, and they did some renovations in their space. They're very happy with where they are. So there would be some minor work that we would do on the exterior of their space. Then looking at the other end, the dark blue, that would be the Board of Elections. The front portion would be their offices. The segment in the wing B would be for where they would store the election machines that you see there. Now we get into the community center. Working with the Alumni Association and the others, we ascertained the program that we wanted to have go in this particular facility. It included a room that would house up to 300 people, a multi-purpose meeting space, activity rooms, offices, conference space, kitchen, and a place where you could actually serve food as well. This also will work as a possibility for doing senior services activities over there as well. What you see here, and the pros and cons you have this option is, obviously you're saving and you're working within the existing space. When you get into the wing B and wing C, those were, one, they're not historic. Two, they are old classrooms. And the structural walls limit what you can do as far as reconfiguring them, and they have short ceiling heights. So we carved out a space that you can see on the end of wing C for a meeting space, but you can only get about 180 people in there. We do have the cafeteria and stage area where we can get about 150, but you don't have a space where you can get up to 300. And then of course you're also limited to the size and the other activity spaces that are there. Okay? Page 6. This is option 2. So in option 2, we maintain the historic education wing and admin wing on the front. We add a new storage location that's adjacent to that space for elections. And then we tear down completely the rest of the buildings, which would include the cafeteria, kitchen, library, and the 2 wings, and we build a new facility. Also, you get a new parking that's off of Carlton Way, where we'd have parking that would be adjacent to the front entrance into the actual new community center. Some pros that go along with this is you have a new community center that has an opportunity to be built in a more modern way. So we can build the spaces exactly the way we want them to be, meaning we can design the spaces for 300 people in the meeting center and so forth. Some of the cons that go along with this is, one, we're taking down some contributing buildings to the historic character of the campus. And next, this is the most expensive. This is about 25% above our budget. Look on the next page. You can see the building program. The front historic education wing stays the same with the exception of the storage for the election machines, and then everything else is built into new facilities. So understanding that we had limitations with option 1 as far as the spaces that you had to work with the existing building, and then the fact that option 2 had a negative effect on the historic campus features, and it was over our budget, we wanted to go with a hybrid option. So if you look at the page 8, this is the hybrid option. So in this case, we are maintaining all of the historic elements of the campus, which is the education wing, the cafeteria and kitchen, and the library where CASA is. But we're tearing down the classroom wings of B and C, and we're building a new community center, a smaller one, but meeting the intent that you have there. We're still adding the new parking spaces on Carlton. We have dedicated spaces for the staff for Board of Elections, and of course the 48 parking spaces up on the front. Page 9. So this is what that space would look like. The front education wing stays the same as mentioned, but now we have a community center that allows us to afford both sides. We can still use the kitchen and the cafeteria for activities, specifically for serving food and those kind of activities, but now we have a community center that allows us to build in a modern way. We also allow us to keep CASA and their current spaces. This particular option is within our budget and something that we like very much. So after looking at each of these three options and looking at the pros and cons, our recommendation to you, the Board of Commissioners, is to authorize us to move forward with this particular option, which is option 3.
Option that the Alumni Association is recommending as well?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm sorry?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. So the Alumni Association is recommending which option?
You said option?
Option 3.
Option 3?
This option right here.
This option right here, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I seek a motion so we can get some discussion on the floor. Yeah, we're gonna open up for discussion in just a second here. If I can get a motion to get on the floor. I think this in your district, Commissioner Cowell. Option 3, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Cowan and second by Commissioner Mason. Any discussion? Commissioner Henderson.
Well, thank you for allowing me to make, well, I basically, I looked at it and Jeff, I think you hit the nail right on the head, man. I think, this is something that I think that we all can agree upon, because I think one of the concerns that I had was with one of those plans. It was about close to $19 million, and I thought that was just too much. I think you should when you spend your money, you should spend within your budget. And sometimes, if I was building a house, I may not get my bedroom as big as I would want it, so I have to downsize a little bit and kind of make it. I think that kind of works for the Alumni Association and as far as the people in the community. One of the things that we had mentioned, and Ronnie, you correct me if I'm wrong, when we walked that particular piece of property, you were saying, and you brought to my attention, you said in the immediate front room that you would like to see a little bit bigger, nicer door. I think you said that. And you also said that it's
See nicer what?
a door, entrance.
Okay.
Ronette said that, and I agree with him 100%. And secondly, you want to see maybe some pictures of Mr. Stewart on some of the faculty members, because it's partly historic, and I think it means a whole lot to the community. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to shut up so we can go ahead and vote. One of the problems that most of the people had around that community was the fact that Mr. Stewart was the principal, and they just felt he did not get the recognition to a certain degree as he should have. And so they shared that with me, and I agreed with them, and we would like for something to be in there about the principal and the teachers who work there and help to educate all of us, old folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
The first question I have is the transitional plan for those who are already occupying the building, like CASA, concerned because that's foster kids. those entities that are in the building, what is the transitional plan for them once construction begins? Has the county, and I guess that would go to the county attorney, you work with the county attorney, making sure we have a location for them? Because are they going to be back in that building once it's completed, or how is that going to work?
So the good news about option 3 is CASA, just starting with CASA, stays exactly where they are, and their space really requires no major renovations that would require them to be moved out.
Okay.
Same thing with the juvenile justice. Like I said, they just recently received some funds and did some upgrades, and they're happy with how they're set up. A lot of the work that we're going to be doing is going to be on the outside, changing out some windows, putting in new mechanical, but it'd be minimal, if anything, kind of a disruption to their services. The family connection is probably the only one that would require like some kind of a relocation on the campus, but we've got space that we could relocate them in temporarily in one of the wings that are there while we renovate that space. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll work diligently with Sunbelt to come up with a plan that makes sure that nobody is affected in a negative way on the site.
Okay. And the total cost, because I know we allocated a certain amount of dollars from SPLOST. So what is the total cost of this project?
So the total budget is $8 million.
So it is. So the amount of money was for SPLOST. It's not going to go over. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This particular option, we're able to achieve this option and stay within our budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
One last quick comment. This is a project that Commissioner Cowell and we worked on this together. And you know, one while it was in, I don't know what district it's in, but it don't matter about the district. It's all about working for the people that you represent in the community. And I think we did you knocked the ball out the park, Jeff. Thank you.
I ain't gonna be petty. Did we get them? Yeah, all in favor? It passed 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hamp. Mrs. Hamp.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is item number 15, Human Resources and Risk Management, being presented by Ms. Pamela Maxwell and Ashley Abercrombie, requesting approval of the ACCG 2024 Workers' Comp Insurance Renewal.
They hijacked the meeting in the beginning.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
The request we have before you is to seek approval of the renewal premium for our ACCG workers' compensation insurance policy. I have Ashley Abercrombie with ACCG here with me tonight. We are pleased to announce our experience modifier decreased from 1.0 to 0.098, which indicates our loss experience is slightly better than average when compared to those in the same industry. Also, we met the requirements for the ACCG safety discount program, which resulted in the savings of $17,247. The 2024 premium is in the amount of $210,336. This item was budgeted in our 2024 fiscal year, and this amount falls within our budgetary projection. Lastly, I'd like to thank all county employees for their continued effort to working safely, and to our supervisors for always making safety a priority. Thank you.
Hi, and good evening. I'm Ashley Abercrombie. I'm the Director of the Property and Casualty Programs for ACCG. And you guys have been a member of the Workers' Comp Program since 2008, and you have been an excellent member. As Pamela mentioned, your experience mod has gotten better. It's 0.98, and the average for the large deductible members, and we have about 17 like you guys. We have 168 members in total, but the average is like 1.06. So you've been at a higher mod for many years, several years ago, but it's continued to improve, and it's in great thanks to Pamela and the safety committee that you guys have in force, that has improved. And they do a great job. I know they've got defensive driver training coming in January. We have local government risk management services, which is part of your membership in the program. So they assist, they support your efforts in loss control. And anything you can do on the auto side to reduce auto accidents, that is just a trend, regardless of what industry, but particularly public entity. We do have some great news in that we are giving another dividend back on your premium this year. So it's a $4 million dividend credit to all members.
Yay.
Yay. And we also have a $5 million cash return coming back in the first quarter of 2024. And that is due to the investment income that the insurance companies receive when they're waiting to pay claims. The mechanism that we have, which is an alternative to insurance, it's more like a mutual fund for Georgia counties. So the investment returns have been great. The last year or so has been a challenge, but those investment returns have been great, and then the losses have come in less than expected, and that's the way we have to price, is what we expect them to be. So that is great news as well, and you'll get a portion of that return in the first quarter of next year for all eligible members in the program. So we just appreciate your participation in the program, and I wanted to thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees for the Workers' Compensation Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Pamela, and your team does a great job, so thank you guys. Guys, I seek a motion tonight. Can I get a second? It's been motioned by, I think, Commissioner Edwards and Commissioner Henderson, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Mr. Chair, we're at item number 16, coming from the County Manager's Office, being presented by Mr. Mike Hopkins, Director of Newton County Water and Sewerage Authority, along with our County Manager, Mr. Cooper, funding request for water and wastewater relocations.
It states that the contracted amount requested was $14 million. That's not what he's asking for. He's asking for any contribution available.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Cooper and staff. Thank you for letting me come here tonight to talk about an important issue that we're dealing with right now. Typically, we see 1 to 2 utility relocates a year that affect our infrastructure. Right now, currently, we have this chart here showing there are 12 projects within our service area. 9 of those are active with 6 of them under construction. And so we're looking at $14.5 million in order to do them all. Our pipe that we put in the ground typically lasts anywhere from 50 to 75 years. And so we are having to abandon pipe that's only 10 to 15 years old. And so pretty heavy hit for us here. You know, Salem Road is the big one here at 9.9. That is quadruple in the last 4 years, the cost. That is probably the most critical water main we have in our system that connects the 4 tanks on the west side of the county. So very important as we work through these relocations of our utilities. So tonight, you know, I come here asking for some assistance if possible to help us out with some of these challenges that we're having. We agree completely that these traffic improvements must be made. We all have to travel the same roads as everyone else. It's just unfortunate that it does impact our water and wastewater infrastructure here in Newton County. I've got pictures if you want to see some of them, the Yellow River. You can see some of the bridge replacement, the footage of the water mains. It's not just 50 to 60 feet, it's hundreds of thousands of feet here, and the cost for some of these. The Pony Express is one of the ones that hadn't been let yet. So just looking through these, this big one here, Crowell Road, and the access road here on exit 88. is critical. There are a lot of improvements. So our board voted in November to fund both this project and the Harold Dobbs project right down the road at a cost of over $2.4 million. And so everything we do, everything we touch is very expensive. Here, just looking at a lot of traffic circles that are necessary. Like I said, Salem Road is the large one here, replacing over 3 miles of pipe, a little over 1,000 feet of sewer that's impacted just in order to get out of the way of the DOT. In order to operate and to put infrastructure in the DOT right away, we have to offer a no-cost letter, which means that if there's any relocations, then we have to bear that cost for that. Jack Neely and Kirkland Road, we finished up the water. The roundabout is not complete. We usually have to go in first to do that, but that has been completed. We've completed 3 other projects in the last 16 months here at a cost of about $1.7 million. So with that, I'll take any questions or any thoughts.
So, Mike, I want to make sure that the board know these are projects that that you didn't have to upgrade. You have to upgrade them now because and move the piping because of the projects that the county is putting forward. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Typically on these roundabouts, traffic circles, there's cut and fill. So you get down, we've got to have a minimum depth of cover for the pipe in order to retain its structural integrity. And so, there are a lot of impacts there. So pretty much we abandon in place. We cannot remove. The cost for that is too great. We've even asked the contractor, could we pull it out and reuse it? It's not possible with this pipe.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask Harold, you got a recommendation?
So when you talk about these projects, 11 of the 12 projects directly impact all the districts here. For example, District 1, there are 3 projects in this water resolution plan that impacts District 1, 2 projects in District 2, 3 in District 3, 5 in District 4, and 2 in District 5. So in terms of an allocation, I believe that we should and could give some funding to this because it assists us with our infrastructure. Brittany, please keep me honest. I think that we have about 1.9 million or so of unallocated funding associated with ARPA. So a recommendation that I would like to make is potentially giving the Water Resource Department maybe $933,000 of that, and then also giving another $933,000 to our Transportation Department, Mr. Chester Clegg, so that we can handle some internal DOT projects as well.
Thank you, sir. Guys, is there a motion that we can get on the floor so we can talk about this?
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Open it up for Commissioner Sanders discussion.
I just want to get clarity, and I don't know if Brittany can provide us with that, because I remember we made, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jackie's not here, the remainder of the ARPA funds, we moved it to another project. When we voted, I think we talked about the senior services, because we had like $2 million left. You might want to look at some minutes and go ask Ms. Jackie about those minutes. Because we were talking about moving funds to the senior services.
We currently have, and Brittany, you can attest to this, correct?
No, I'm not saying that we may not have it there. I remember a vote, and that's why I say we might want to check with Ms. Jackie to make sure that on the record that the commissioners did make a vote. I'm not against the project is what I'm saying. I'm just questioning the allocation of that amount, because I remember voting on something of that magnitude. Now, I stand corrected, but I do remember us making a vote.
So there was an ask, I think there was an ask by Commissioner Henderson and Commissioner Mason at that time, but I don't think it was ever voted on.
It was in regard to the senior services project. So if we can, like I said, make sure that's not in the minutes. If we can do that, I agree that we need to allocate funding to this project. But if we can make sure that we didn't do that, because I do recall something of that magnitude.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. Just let me say this: is there any other fund we can? And I just tell you the reason why. When I was listening, and people come to my house, it seems about their broken pipes and work need to be done on their homes, and some say they don't get all the money. Someone said that the contract is on debt. I believe that we should take that money, Arthur Fund, and put it back in the community to the people who need it, and look at another funding source. You know, I've made nothing about it. Why can't we use some of the what is it, 2 million? I'm asking, is it 2 million?
Oh, 1.9.
1.9. Why can't we take the 1.9? I mean, I know they have the board to get mad about it, from our fund balance and use that to do this project, and take whatever remaining funds that we do have and try to go out and help as many seniors as we can with their homes, because I think that's something we want to do. And as I said, I'm still on that list. And you know, I was just surprised to know that about 88,000 went to Miss Kennedy, you know, for her services and for grants. I'm sorry, 800,000. And so I just want that to benefit the seniors, people in the community who we know needs it. People need the water pipe fixed, who still saying they've been talking and they haven't been fixed. People over there saying their roof after the roof falling down, and they say it still haven't been fixed. And so hopefully we can address some of that issue, and let's find another funding source. I would like for our county manager to look at that, and like as I said, and I'm closing, the fund balance for that money.
Thank you. Any more discussion? There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor.
Substitute that we look at the 1.2 million comes from the fund balance to fund that needed infrastructure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Henderson has made a substitute motion that we look at that $1.9 million that we're discussing right now. Any discussion? All in favor? He asking that it come from the fund balance. He asking that it come from the fund balance. He asking that it come from another source. A substitute motion is on the floor. All in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed? Thank you. So let's go back to the original. Let's go back to the original motion. All in favor? This is the original motion. The 1.9 to be, I think, to be split between water
resources and transportation.
And the county transportation. All in favor? Yeah. All in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed?
Abstention. My abstention is based on that I'm not against the project,
Patrick,
and I'm not for it, but it's based on. I'm sorry.
That's That's not legal. Patrick, please.
What's going on? What's going on?
That's not legal.
Yeah, no. Actually, you used the point of order incorrectly, Mr. Chair. But
Patrick,
this is based on, my abstention is based on, I'm not against the project or for it. They're the funding source. We have not even looked to see if those ARPA funds are allocated somewhere else. So that's why I was asking to make sure we look at the minutes to make sure those funds are not allocated somewhere else, because we're making a vote based on ARPA. And what if Ms. Jackie pull up the minutes and say, y'all did vote for that, commissioners? And so now we're gonna have to come back to do another vote and do it all over again. If we just did a vote like Commissioner Henderson stated, base it on, we're approving to give the funding, but we're gonna come back to make sure we have, the county manager's gonna tell us where the funding comes from by utilizing another funding source. Thank you.
Thank you. That motion did pass to give it to water resources and to the county transportation. Thank you. Mrs. Hamp.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is item number 17, Resolution R120523A, to amend ACCG defined benefit plan for Newton County employees from the County Manager's Office. Our presenters are Ms. Amanda Shoemaker, our HR Director, and then Mr. Trey Johnson with ACCG, as well as Ms. Brittany White, our Finance Director.
Shameless plug again, Dr. Amanda Shoemaker. Congratulations.
Dr. Amanda Shoemaker, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Commissioners.
Good evening and welcome tonight,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Shoemaker.
Thank you. I am going to present to you Trey Johnson with ACCG. He's going to go over what we're requesting as it relates to amending our current defined benefit pension or defined benefit program with ACCG.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody. I was here probably a few months ago, and if you remember, part of the defined benefit pension plan that was approved, one of the components was employees would have the option to purchase past service at a higher multiplier. So what was approved was a 1.25% multiplier for all past service for the employees. And then with that, the employees would have a window of time to increase that multiplier for the past service. That window of time, what we're looking to amend, we're looking to extend that window of time to the end of January, so January 31st, 2024, and then that would allow the funds, the deadline for the funds to be received for the purchase of that past service by the end of February. So it just gives us a little bit more time to get in front of the employees and educate them whether or not they should buy back the service or not. The other part of this amendment is it was just some language that we, Amanda and her team and our team, we discussed, and there was an issue regarding the tax commissioner and the employees of the tax commissioner. And so we included language to include eligible employees, the tax commissioner, and employees of the tax commissioner who were hired on or after July 1st, 2012. So that's just part of the plan that it prevents employees from being in both the old tax commissioner retirement plan and the current defined benefit plan with the county. And those who did not have the ability to be in the old tax commissioner plan to be in the county's retirement plan. So any questions, be happy to answer them for anybody.
Thank you, sir. Let us get a motion on the floor, okay? I seek a motion, please.
So moved.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? Commissioner Cowan.
The purchase of I guess we're buying back time, right? Is that with pre-tax money or is that with after-tax money? In other words, I think the county y'all have a defined defined contribution plan, right? That's pre-tax money. Can they roll money out of that plan into that? Okay, good.
Yeah. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. So how would information, how would the employee do that? Roll their money over to that?
So what we're working on now and what Amanda's team has been great working with us on getting to us is all the relevant information to decide how much their past service for one employee. Every employee is different regarding their age, their years of service, their salary. So all that is compiled, and then it gives them a number on or price per year of service for each level of increased multiplier. So they would be able to choose whether they want to buy back past service at a 1.5, 1.75, or 2%. And me and a few other ACCG representatives will be holding probably a week's worth of meetings to get in front of any employee who is considering it, and we'll be able to go over all their options, and each employee will have their own form where they say, I wish to elect or I do not want to elect to buy back any past service. And they'll submit it, and then we'll process it.
And you'll be doing that for the commissioners as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. It passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, we're at number 18 for our county manager, presenter, Mr. Patrick Jogstetter. Consideration and approval of contract to sell 7.95 acres of land located on Industrial Parkway to Newton Investments, LLC.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Board, you may recall last month you approved the execution and delivery of closing documents for the sale of property to Newton Investments on Industrial Boulevard. This property is a couple of parcels to the south of the property that the closing just occurred on. And you may also recall we discussed this property in executive session. Mr. Williams proposed, or Newton Land Investments proposed, to buy the property at 7.95 acres, roughly at the corner of Industrial Boulevard and Alcovey. We own it jointly with the city of Covington. The proposal was to acquire that 7.95 acres for a total purchase price of $65,000 per acre. The board asked us to get an appraisal. I've discussed that appraisal with you again in executive session. The appraisal came back significantly lower than the purchase price. So the purchase price offered under this contract is more than the appraised value of the property. So I'm bringing it to you today to either accept or reject the contract. If you approve the contract, what we will do is convey our half interest to the city of Covington, and the city of Covington will conduct the sale and will receive half of the proceeds. Works to our benefit, yes, sir.
Can I get a motion on the floor, please? It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It passed 4-1. Thank you. Ms. Hamp.
Mr. Chair, we have items number 19 and 20 coming from our District Attorney's Office, Mr. Randy McGinley. The first item, number 19, requesting approval for Axon Justice Digital Evidence Management System. And then also number 20 would be the pay scale for attorneys with the District Attorney's Office and Public Defender's Office.
Good evening, sir.
First item number 19 is the, I guess, shorter, simpler one probably. This has been budgeted. I think every year when I come before y'all about the budget, one of the things I bring up is the concern about digital storage moving forward. Body cam, dash cam video, we have a 25-year state mandated record retention policy, which is just a lot. The amount of money we're spending on external hard drives and flash drives is becoming a large expense. IT has been just killing us lately with being upset that our server is almost full. And one of the things we do with that is a lot of that goes to Mr. Carter's office, Public Defender's Office, where we share a lot of our discovery directly with the Public Defender's Office, so we don't have to email anything. We just drag it into a separate folder on the shared drive. This system will allow all of that digital storage to be done on a cloud basis, and it will also make it very easy for us to serve discovery on defense attorneys, essentially just send them a link. And same thing with law enforcement, for them to provide things to us, we just send them the link and they upload it directly to the cloud-based system. This is already budgeted. It was something that, as I said, I brought it to the board's attention multiple years in a row, and last year, or I guess this current fiscal year, FY24, the board approved it with approving essentially half of what I asked for with the idea that it starts January 1st. And I could be wrong, but I think the reason why this needs approval is they're asking for, they being Axon, which the Sheriff's Office also uses too. It's evidence.com. That's what they use for their body cam and a lot of their things as well, so that'll be very easy to work with them. But Axon they'd asked for a longer contract, and we talked them down to this, which is essentially 5.5 years. And the concern with that, obviously, is any sort of government entity is, me as the person seeking that, I don't get to approve my own budget. But I say all that, and this was something that is being split with Walton County, as the agenda says. Within the contract, it makes, and they deal with governments all the time, and so they include under the termination part of the contract, it says that agency, which would be the DA's office, is obligated to pay any applicable fees under this agreement. If sufficient funds are not appropriated or otherwise legally available to pay the fees, agency may terminate this agreement. Agency will deliver notice of termination under this section as soon as reasonably practicable. The date of such termination will be the date Axon receives notice from the agency. So I think that was the concern from both Newton County and Walton County, that we just can't approve a 5-year contract. But clearly the language is in there to terminate it if for some reason this board does not approve that funding moving forward. We just need to send them notice. But otherwise, and this would be to start sometime in January. I did not get on, for timing purposes, because of today, I'm not on the Walton agenda until the first meeting in January. And so the idea would be that this contract wouldn't actually start until after Walton agrees to this. And they funded the full FY24, so more than enough is funded over in Walton, so I don't see any issue with that. So if there's any questions, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Guys, I seek a motion so we can get this on the floor, please. It's a motion by Commissioner Edwards. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Calvin. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. It passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I stay here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let Mr. Carter come up too.
Welcome, welcome, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, guys.
And I've got a number of things, and I know this has been brought to, I think, the board's attention in previous years, as far as pay is concerned for attorneys. And I know I've met with Chairman Baines and County Manager Harold Cooper a couple months ago to discuss this. And it's been an ongoing issue as far as, I think, and I'm not trying to speak for Mr. Carter too, to a certain extent, but getting resumes when we have vacancies for attorneys has been an absolute struggle over the last 2 years. And I think what I provided y'all kind of gives a background of the DA's office. I will say that this is not just a Newton County thing. This is probably a statewide issue, or it is a statewide issue. There are offices across the state that are struggling. And what I'll say is historically, at least Mr. Carter's been here a lot longer than I have, but I don't mean to age you, sorry. Is we've historically had a lot of people applying, and we've hired straight out of law school. And that has essentially just kind of dried up for the last 2 years, which has been I'm sure that's a bigger issue than just pay, but some of it is an issue of pay, is that a lot of other neighboring counties, their pay scales frankly went through the roof during, just after COVID. That's been something that is a struggle for us to compete with. Another issue that I think just needs to happen is we need to update our pay scale for attorneys. We've historically had one grade of attorneys, and both offices have grown. I know my office has 9 county paid attorneys just in Newton County. Same thing in Walton, I have some state paid people as well. And I can go into a lot more detail with this and provide the county, and I guess to a certain extent, I don't know where we draw the line of getting into personnel issues and things. I don't want to do that, obviously, unless that's something y'all need to get into, and we'll answer any questions, obviously. But I will just tell you from my office's point of view, this year, we've had vacancies the entire year. And we've had 4 resumes come in, 4. One of them we hired, but into a state slot. I won't get into pay, but she'd been an attorney for 22 years, so on the state pay scale, she's kind of was, it was an issue. It was not an issue for her. Other 2 were getting paid somewhere much higher than we could even compete with. And the 4th one, I'm hopefully working on being able to hire in Walton County. Just where she is moving is Newton is not a viable option with where she'll be living. And that's the only resumes I've gotten. I'm sorry, there was a 5th resume of somebody that I frankly found out something about the person and it was not worth interviewing them. So, and I don't know exactly what all was provided to the board, but I can, if it's appropriate for me to pass around sort of our proposed pay scale, to have a separate pay scale for the attorneys in both the DA's office and the public defender's office so that they are paid the same. Obviously, there'll be differences, individual people based on experience and things like that. But it also will another benefit of it will be to sort of formalize what people are paid when they are state paid and getting supplements. Because that's been sort of a, I don't know how to put it, kind of how whatever the DA feels is appropriate at the time. And so that's, if I can pass that around, I don't know if that's something that, it doesn't have anybody's specific names, obviously, but it's just a proposed pay scale. And before I do that, what I'll say is, I sort of to anticipate some questions, I know this is sort of singling out one position. I get that. But I doubt there's a position in the county that has been struggling at attorneys in each of our offices. I will tell you is under the current pay scale with a 5% increase, starting pay for this, for the grade of attorneys is, I think, $60,000 and some change. To be an attorney, you have to go, do what? Yes. To be an attorney, obviously, you have to go through high school, you have to get an undergrad and complete a 4-year degree or more. You then have to take the LSAT test to get into law school. You have to go to law school for 3 years. When you finish law school, to even take the bar exam, you have to pass the bar fitness, and that's not like the old school presidential fitness we did in middle school. This is ethical issues. To be able to take the bar, and when you actually take the bar, I think this year's bar exam, only 69.8% of the people that took it passed it. And so 3 out of 10 people that do all of that can't even be attorneys. And that's just a hard thing. And when you look at it, $60,000, kind of broke it down, I think, in what I provided to you guys. It breaks down to about a little bit over $3,000 take home a month. If you got rent, car payments, student loan debt, all those sort of things, you're essentially able to maybe pocket $100 or $200 a month. And that's not counting paying for clothes and suits and things that you have to wear. And so I hate to say this, but unless you went to law school so that you can then live with roommates or live with your parents, I don't know how we're ever hiring people for $60,000 doing this job. And I know y'all know this, I'm not gonna get into too much detail with it, but the job itself is not an easy job. Newton County has had 14 murders this year. That is more than numerous years before combined. And the number of sex cases and things that we have to deal with. And obviously I know Mr. Carter can go into what his folks have to deal with on a daily basis. But we just need to do something. And I know the county's talked about pay studies, but I think attorney things are things that we need to deal with right now. I'll pass around sort of our proposal. And let Mr. Carter add anything.
You guys, I have been around for a long time. I think this is at least 18 years that I've been your public defender. And I think Commissioner Henderson has been here the whole time that I have. I love seeing everybody out. I love having you in my office. I like seeing you when we're out, but I don't like coming before you asking for something in the middle of a year. But this is a crisis situation. I actually had to liquidate one of my positions in order to pay people and retain people. I don't know how I'm gonna get that back. I'll probably be coming back to you at a later time to try to get that back, but that's what I had to do to save my office. In Walton County, I spent 7 weeks as the only attorney in the Walton County office. My office is run with 7 to 9 attorneys in each office. I was the only attorney for 7 weeks in Walton County. So we have got to figure something out. I'm not asking you to be Fulton or DeKalb, but Fulton and DeKalb are paying people $100,000 out of law school over and over and over again. They've added 300 positions in the last couple of years, all paying $100,000 out of law school. I know we can't compete with that. What we have to offer is a personal touch. We have to offer people trial experience. We have to offer them mentorship and not just a big office to go to, and that's what we do. But kids these days want to be paid, and that's kind of where we are.
And so I know sort of, obviously this would sort of the ask would be to implement this and give Mr. Carter and I have some authority to place people within the pay scale. Obviously with my office, I think out of the 9 positions, I'd basically be looking for 6 of them be that grade 1, 4 be grade 2, 2 be grade 3, and 1 be grade 4. Now that also includes our state paid folks too, as they'd be placed in this pay scale as well. Now, you know, the county pays county supplements, and just in case y'all are not aware, I mean, the county supplements for my state paid folks range between about $4,000 a year to about $30,000 a year, because the state pay scale, frankly, is even worse than the county pay scale for attorneys. I think they're starting at 58 for prosecutors, and so that's a problem. And so I know I think to put people where I would expect them to, where what I think would be appropriate based on this pay scale, would be for a full fiscal year, would be about $140,000 increase of just salary, not the increase of employment costs, which I think, from what Brittany showed me, it's probably somewhere around maybe $5,000 per person, because obviously health insurance and stuff would not increase. And this would just be for the half of the fiscal year, so it'd be somewhere around $100,000. That would just go to the personnel line item. And so it could only be used for that. Mr. Carter and I, we couldn't move that money somewhere else. Not the idea is that we get this money and somehow spend it somewhere else. It'll only be on this. And if we don't spend it, then we don't spend it. And frankly, I think with both our vacancies, we probably come really close to making up for that entire amount, if not more, probably. So that's where we're at.
All right, thank you, sir. I think we're gonna do it a little different tonight because this item is not budgeted for, so. And I know this is something that the commissioners would want to know, where would the money come from? So we got to get some questions on the floor.
Right.
Commissioner Sanders?
You kind of took the words out of my mouth, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering where the fund's going to come from, because in the beginning of the fiscal year, we set a budget based on positions, and so many departments needed certain positions and requested certain positions, and we denied them because of our budget. So for me, I try to be fair as possible when it comes to certain things. So I would like to know if there are any other departments that are in need, have been in die-hard of, I guess, staff that we denied from doing the budget in the beginning. And so that's where I stand. I just want to make sure that every department in this county is covered, or wherever it may be, because they requested employees as well, additional funding.
So you asking for employees or? Change.
No, just funding.
Just funding.
Well, funding period, which
I can't
equals,
speak to other departments, but what I can say is, anytime I have a vacancy of any other position, I'd get plenty of resumes and can fill those positions very easily. And so I can just speak for that. I can't speak for other departments. Now, again, the funding, as I said, I think, the amount of vacancies the amount of vacant time we've had in these positions over even just the last 6 months, I've not done the exact math on that, but I bet it's probably pretty close to what we'd be asking for.
Question, was this proposed to us in the beginning when they were doing the budget?
For FY24, I sent the proposed, now I will say this has been modified, it's been increased since, because some of the issues we've seen from other counties. I sent a proposed circuit-wide pay scale with my budget proposal for FY24.
So basically it was denied from the finance?
Yes.
Okay.
And some of that I think was more of the logistic issues of trying to do a circuit-wide pay scale is very difficult, and I've kind of abandoned that idea and just said I'd like to start fresh with new pay scale just for attorneys in each county, and whatever each county does from there with COLAs and things like that, they're on their own, not on their own, I don't mean that in a bad way, but that they all are, because trying to do a circuit-wide thing would be
because I would love for us to pay on various scales. I mean, we all are educated people on this board, and we want to make a certain amount of money based on education, and student loans will be paid for years. So I would love for us to be on near a DeKalb and a Fulton, but unfortunately we don't have the same property tax or the value of constituency that they have to compensate what they're paying. That's why we lose a lot of our law enforcement, we losing fire people, because they have the means to pay that rate. But we don't have that here in Newton County. I'm pretty sure eventually we will, the way we're growing, but we don't have, so that's only my concern. I would love to see the numbers of other departments that are in need as well, because they put in their bids in the beginning of the year. So I just want to be fair across the board.
The only thing I'd add to that is one of the positions require a law degree or something similar to that.
Thank you.
It's a limited pool for people to draw from to start with.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Prosecutor, so these positions, particularly in the Public Defender's Office, would be Newton County only and not for the circuit, the circuit, correct?
Correct. This would be funding to raise the salaries of the Newton County paid ADAs and the state paid ADAs that are in Newton County. So essentially, I have 9, not counting myself, I have 9 state paid ADAs. There's 4 that are in Newton and 4 in Walton, and there's 1 that goes back and forth. is they all get a county supplement, and my point would be to place them on the pay scale as close to where they are now, and so their increase in county supplement would be something very small. I mean, I think it's essentially, some of them may get like a $3,000 increase to their county supplement just so that they fall somewhere on the pay scale. So they're placed in an actual position on that pay scale. So yes, it would not be anything with the Walton County paid attorneys or the state paid attorneys that are in Walton County. If that was it, I think.
Right. So are they having similar issues in Walton County, on the Walton County side?
My office does not have the same vacancies that I have in Newton. I have one vacant position in Walton, and I've gotten one resume all year. So as far as the number of vacancies, I don't have as many in Walton as I do in Newton. I think that is
My
reversed.
office is the opposite.
Yes,
We have a lot of openings in Walton, and Newton is pretty good.
So this comes down to a matter of recruitment and retention.
And this is something I've dealt with county managers. We've worked on it so hard for so many years, literally 18 years, trying to keep people from going to Rockdale, to DeKalb, to Clayton, to Henry counties. And we've done a really good job. And one of the things that we've worked on so many ways of accomplishing that. And it worked for a long time. I have no idea what the current crisis is. All the judges are asking me, why can't you find somebody? And it's kind of funny, as soon as they're looking for a law clerk, all of a sudden they stop asking me these questions because they can't find law clerks. The economy for attorneys is going well. There are private people who may have been in my office for a year who are now hiring my senior attorneys out from under me. Local attorneys who are hiring my senior attorneys out from under me. In 18 years, I haven't seen anything like what we were experiencing. And that's kind of why, I understand, Commissioner Saunders, that this is probably best to be addressed during a full budget season to look at what everybody else needs. I totally understand what you're saying. I wouldn't be asking you this if it wasn't a crisis, if it wasn't a situation where we may not be able to competently handle our constitutional duties to represent people if we cannot retain quality attorneys. And primarily I wanted to bring it to your attention. I know Mr. Cooper and I have discussed this at length. He's worked with me very well on trying to handle my particular small issues. But Mr. McGinley, especially for Newton, is having major issues, and everybody's going to feel the repercussions. If you want to prosecute bad guys, you're going to have to defend them, and you're going to have attorneys who can handle the cases and who can handle them well, as opposed to seeing cases slip through the rugs. You've heard about Fulton County, where the DA's office shows up 30 minutes late to a hearing and a judge dismisses a murder case. I don't see that happening here, but we need to have that staff. And I totally feel for all the other county employees they're very important. But every other employee just about in the county, if you were to send out a posting for their job position, you would have 5 to 10 resumes. I have had fewer than 5 resumes for Newton County for the entire year. That's difficult. So.
And I think what Commissioner Edwards said is it's also about retaining our current people too, and making sure that they stay as well.
And the last part of my question was the sheet we received is current and not a proposal, right? This is what you guys.
No, that's the proposal.
Okay, that's the.
No, I will tell you right now. I think for attorneys, they're on grade 24, I believe, which starts at 60, like 458 or something like that, and goes up. I forget where to the 80s or so. I'll tell you, when I started here in 2011, the current pay for attorneys, it starts at 60. When I started in 2011, fresh out of law school, it was 50. So we've gone from 50 to 60 since 2011. When I first started in Newton County in 2011, Fulton was paying 56 for fresh out of law school. It's now 100. And that's where I get and I've always said this, being here makes sense with Fulton, but we can't be like here in DeKalb and all those as well. I mean, that's and also we can't have all the attorneys on one pay grade. There's some that are supervising and trying the bigger cases and those things too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely understand where you are. I think my colleagues are saying as well, is that the same concern that you all are having in your department, every other department is having that same concern. And so I think what we want to do as a board of commissioners, because that is our main job and our main responsibility, is to ensure that we have a balanced budget. So if we have already agreed to a balanced budget, where are these additional funds going to come from? And is that going to put us in the red because we're overspending what we've already balanced? When you compare us to Fulton County, DeKalb County has over 500,000 residents. Newton County has 112, 115,000. So as you can see, as the board has stated, those counties that have 500,000 more residents, they're generating more revenue into their communities where they can actually afford to have those higher wages. Whereas Newton County, and I think what we have to do, Harold, is let's look at what are the other, and we've done this so many different times, look at other counties that is similar in size to ours to see if there's comparable. There's no way we're going to be able to compete with DeKalb. There's no way we can compete with Gwinnett. We can't compete with Fulton. Now we can compete with those that are 116,000 in population. We can compete with those, but it's just impossible for us to be able to compete with those counties that have over 500,000 residents in their community, because they're generating a lot more property taxes, a lot more fees, they're generating a lot more revenue into their community. So I think with us trying to make this decision tonight, we'll probably be putting the cart before the horse. So I would recommend that what we do is let's look at some of those other counties, as we have done historically in the past, to see, how much has it increased, and see what we can do, because we do want to make sure that we retain who we have, and we want to also be able to attract at the same time new talent. And so, but I also want to make sure that we're cautious in our funding. We have to basically run the county like how we run our homes. We're not going to say, hey, I want to pay you. I want to pay this water bill. It's $500, but I really want to pay you $1,000. We're not going to do that. We're going to be able to pay what we can afford. We're going to utilize what we can afford. And so I think we want to keep that same concept when it comes to the budgeting of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I got Commissioner Cowan coming up next, but I do want to add just a tad bit to that. So I think we also want to include to Harold to see if we can even find some savings somewhere, if we do have savings, because there's going to be a lot of leg work going out looking at other different counties. If we probably want to check and see if we can find savings as well to go along with that suggestion. Commissioner Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask the board. We should set this as a priority, because I go to the courthouse every day and I see the volume of people that's in and out over there. I'm shocked at what you're paying, really. I did pay scales for years, and I'm just astounded that that's what it's paying. Those jobs need to be moved up, and I think your scale is fine based on what you've got there. I think we need to make that a priority, though, for the budget, and that's coming up in June or 1st of July, right? So you're going to have to deal with it for 6 months. But it's in the county's interest to have good prosecutors and good defense counsel. I go either way, Sorry, guys.
We work together fine, so it's
right. But it needs to be a priority.
Commissioner Henderson.
Well, I won't take long, and I too agree with Commissioner Coward and as far as looking to raise it, but I think in the conversation we should also add the Office of Sheriff too as well. And if we're gonna look at it, law enforcement all together, because if you don't, you come back in this is my opinion, next week and say, well, you know, we need this too. And, you know, we've been talking about this too, and so if we address or attempt to address it, let's address all of them at the same time.
Commissioner Stanton?
Right?
Yeah.
I think the sheriff's office has a
No.
pay scale separate. It's a totally different table from the other employees.
Okay, so,
Right.
I don't know if our county manager is aware of what we actually use. We use Douglas County as one of our counties that we emulate because they're around the same in budget costs. They're a little bit more in population, like at 145, 150, but we kind of utilize them as an example. So we definitely might need to do a wage salary study, and I concur with my colleagues that I don't want to make a move on something where we don't even have our finance director here to even tell us what's in the budget. And we just said, look for some money somewhere. That was kind of the same thing I said when the water authority was up there. Let's see if we can find the funding from somewhere else, the source. So if we're gonna do that, we need to make sure we be fair around the board. So if you can probably get with our finance director to see or look at all the departments and see what we can do to make sure help with all the departments, because the sheriff office is losing deputies to other counties as well. They train fire services. I've talked to fire services, and they're losing people as well. And we know fire, police, as well as the criminal justice system are all important, encompasses law enforcement. So we need to look at all of them in their entirety to see what's the need for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess the task is for Mr. Cooper to see if he can find some savings and look at some of the surrounding counties and see what's comparable.
And I guess that's, because one of the things I brought up was I think there's some, like obviously we're gonna have a significant amount of savings already in our budget as is from the vacancy we've had. I mean, our budget is probably, I don't know, like 90-something% personnel, and we've had 4 vacancies for 6 months. It's gonna be a pretty large amount already.
So you asking for the transform that
and that's something I guess I can go back and get all that exact number from Brittany and possibly come back and the idea of maybe transferring that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the reality is, even if we change the pay, say the pay scale changed January 1st, I'm not going to hire 4 people January 1st. I mean, that's just not the reality of things. So, yeah. Okay.
Good, Ms. Cooper.
Yeah. So what we'll do, we'll make it a priority. We'll do a market data analysis with populous municipalities of the same like size and tax base. And then we'll also look at creating what we call job classification series. You know, maybe we create a progressive career ladder for some of your attorneys. Attorneys 1, 2, and 3, create those type of job series. But first thing first, we got to look at, from a financial perspective, what we have. But I think most importantly, conducting this study with counties in like size in terms of their jurisdiction, and moving forward and bringing back a report first part of the year is critical.
Sound good?
Thank you. It was nice to see everyone.
All right. Thank you as well. Thank you guys for being here tonight.
Mr. Chair.
The rest of the evening.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we're at item number 23B, approval of the 2024 commission meeting schedule.
Thank you, ma'am. So guys, we always do this. We always approve the meetings, but there's a meeting January 2nd. The first meeting in January is on the 2nd. And I don't know who all are going to be here or not in town, but I want to make sure before we approve that, if we need to change it, we need to change it tonight. I think last time we did the 2nd Tuesday and the 3rd Tuesday back to back, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're not going to be in town for New Year's, we want to go ahead and make that change, because I know some of us got kids that are out of town, and we want to make sure we be fair to everybody. I'm sorry. Which one? July 2nd. So what we normally do, we normally change it when we get close to the meeting. That's why we're doing it now, because it's close to the meeting.
The proposed dates, Mr. Chair, would be January 9th and January 16th.
All in favor? Well, we're gonna approve the whole holiday, so we're gonna make that change and approve the whole holiday schedule. I mean, the whole board schedule, okay? Okay, thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Next is the alcohol license. I seek a motion that we approve all of them. There's a ton of them.
So moved.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? Commissioner Sanders.
Just want to put on record, are these the renewals or new ones?
Yeah, these are renewals
Okay.
of existing licenses that have been determined to remain in compliance.
Had to do it every year. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're not aware of any violations or anybody out of compliance, correct?
Prior to them coming to you, staff reviews to ensure they've remained in compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Next on the agenda is citizens' comments. This opportunity we allow citizens to make comments. You have 3 minutes to do so. If you would, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Butler, 105 Rodney Way, Covington, Georgia. I have a complaint how the senior program have been implemented. My major complaint at this point is vendor pay. I had Royal Flush to install a hot water heater in my home a few weeks ago. They were told by the county the reason why they haven't been paid is because they couldn't get an inspection at my home because they contacted me. I've never been contacted by the county for an inspection. I've called on several occasions to try to get an inspection set up, and they lied on me. They told them that they couldn't get in contact with me. When I called the county to set up an appointment, I'm told we'll get back with you. It's been several weeks, no one has gotten back with me. Now, I was at your town hall meeting when you first hired in. I voiced my complaints with Attorney Kennedy. She reassured me that things would be straightened out. They are not. And I need her telephone number to let her know that $800,000 we paid them, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied. And a lot of seniors have been put through a lot of changes. Now, I got 6 contractors that I owe money to. I don't need anybody else calling my home. I was notified yesterday. They stopped payment on Royal Flush check because they didn't get an inspection at my home. So I got on the phone today, called all the vendors that's completed the work at my home to see if they've been paid. Only one have been paid. Guess what? I never got a call, never got an inspection. So how did he get paid? And the other ones didn't. Now, I got other people that I need to get them paid. I don't want any more calls coming to my home. I don't want any more lies coming from Newton County. I need to have it fixed. I need all these people to call my house from Newton County, come and inspect my home. I've had 3 vendors that's completed the process. I've turned in the release form, said they did a great job. I'm satisfied. I need someone to come inspect their work so these people can get their check. It's just not right. It's not right. The integrity of Newton County is going down with our vendors. Now, if we ever get another program, how many people gonna want to work with us. Think about it. You wouldn't. So I need you to fix it, Mr. City Manager. And I need you to call Attorney Kennedy and let her know I'm very unhappy. And I need it fixed.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? County manager. Cool.
First, I would like to very humbly apologize to the board and to my fellow citizens of Newton County for my outburst earlier. If I have an issue, this is addressed to Mr. Chairman there. If I have an issue with the rules of conduct, I believe it is, it was adopted in 2016, can I take that up with the clerk's office during normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And the flume that was up earlier, I did not find a notice in the newspaper for it, but if I'm not mistaken, I guess this needs to be taken up with planning and zoning. A flume does not require the newspaper notification, from what I can read, but that needs to be clarified. And also, I'm not supposed to address individual commissioners, so I'm going to address Mr. Chairman, Mr. Baines there.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Sanders has earned my respect, and I believe that I can wholeheartedly say I believe her when she says that no one has bought her. And just for clarification on my comments during the flume change, the homes that were, what Mr. Vinson told me, the homes that were to be built in his development were about the same cost as the homes that were on 3 and 4 acres. So those homes that our police, fire, and teachers could not afford also. Thank y'all. Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? No, you're good, sir. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Taxpayer Voting. And Commissioner Mason still owes me an apology for the lie that he told on me, that I was getting paid to sit on the board. So I know I probably won't ever get that apology, but how would he feel if somebody told a lie like that on him and his wife? Why don't he talk about the money him and his wife got? Since he trying to sit up and tell lies that I'm taking money from charity, I don't have to take no money from nobody. If I need something, I ask for it. And if you can give it, they give it. Because see, it ain't nobody that's sitting in this room tonight, black or white, man or woman, that ain't never needed some help from somebody. If they say they don't, they'll lie. And so, Commissioner Mason, you need to grow up, be a man, and stop being a flunky for everybody. Because Thelma ain't the one for you to play with, okay? Because see, I'm somebody's mother. I'm somebody's wife. I got grandchildren. I got children, okay? And I'm somebody's sister and somebody's daughter. So don't you ever do that to me again. So just grow up and be a man and stop being a flunky. Thank you. You have a Merry Christmas too, okay?
Anyone else? Anyone? Man, don't say that. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Fred Johnson, 1036 Highway 162. King's birthday coming up in January. Normally try to do cemeteries on that day. If you know of any cemeteries need to be taken care of, let me know, because I'm gonna just go ahead and pick one myself, you know. But anyway, we will be asking volunteers, you know, for that on King's birthday. And about this home improvement for senior citizens, I've had work done on my home, and I hear a lot of people, a lot of the seniors, they saying they're having problems, just like the young lady said, you know. And I know they're having problems, but you know, when I was asked for something, I went ahead and got what they asked for. And I think that's the biggest problem, you know, they're not doing what they're asked to do. But good program. I just hope everybody can get some relief from it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, my name is Faye Salmon, 668 Kirkland Road. I'm here to complain about this roundabout that started at Kirkland and Jack Neely, and everything has stopped. It has cost me a lot of money. Excuse me. I lost clients. The driveways are dug up. I spoke to Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for taking my call that early. Two family members, the gravel hit their windshield, cracked it, and I had to pay for that. Now, last Wednesday night at 11:30, someone rang the bell and said there was a water leak. They turned off the water. I had to scramble early in the morning to call the family members because they couldn't come in the center. I'm dealing with the elderly. They have to go to the bathroom every minute. So I was closed. My staff lost money. I lost money. This is so unfair. And I need to know who's going to reimburse me for those costs. Mr. Cooper, I spoke with him today, but before that I called and I, excuse me, couldn't get an answer. It goes to voicemail and he didn't call me back, but I did speak to him today. The very first time I met with him, he promised that they're going to pave my driveway. Hopefully that's going to come through because it's nothing right now. And I'm really upset. This project has impacted my life. I mean, it's past my bedtime. I'm a senior citizen. I go to bed early. And this is very annoying. So I'd like some explanation because Mr. Cooper said it's not a county project. Well, someone hired these people to do the project, and the water line busted, and I don't know, so it's really very annoying.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Denise Williams, Newton County, Georgia. My issue is to Mr. Cooper, because you're the county manager, you over day-to-day operation. And a lot of the seniors have been calling us about, you know, getting their repairs done on their house, and they dialed his number, 404-295-0871. The voicemail is full. They can't leave a message. So multiple other seniors said you call them from number 404-723-5060, saying this is my personal cell phone number and don't give this number to nobody, but I'm gonna help you. Well, I hope you know the magnitude of giving your personal cell phone number out and then doing county business from your personal cell phone. If you got a county phone, you should be answering the county phone. And most of the senior citizens that need these senior repairs, they have turned in everything. And what you need to realize, Newton County is a close-knit community. Everybody know everybody, so it's nothing that you're gonna do that is not gonna be repeated. So if you saying that such and such can't get no cabinet indoors, and then the person down the street got cabinet indoors, they live in the same community. They know each other. Most of the senior citizens, they talk to one another. So we need a standard operation on how we're gonna get these seniors what they need. Because you don't answer your phone, your assistants don't answer her phone. So when they call us, we directing them back to the commissioners because we can't even get you. So it needs to be a standard procedure or operation. These seniors ain't asking for much, they just want their home repaired. And then they sitting out there in the audience at night only to hear you say, a lot of people ain't gonna get theirs done. But the main people that not gonna get theirs done, they were the first ones that applied. So is that fair to them? And then the young lady came up here and said that she did the small business grant. You told her she turned in everything right, and did everything right. Well, why didn't she get any other money for the small business? How would she know to resubmit if she did everything right? How she supposed to know to resubmit? She submitted everything. You told her she did everything right. So we got to have a standard operation procedure. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening once again. On the Thread Nation News, I'm on YouTube. For all citizens of Newton County, you can see my work on YouTube. First of all, I want to talk about your monitors. They got brackets. You can hang these monitors off the wall so the people can see you. The people out here, it's hard for them to see you guys up here. You got Christmas decoration. Ain't no kids coming here to see that. Put it out in the hallway. Put some wreaths up. We don't want to see that. The people come up here, Commission, to talk to you. They talk to you and tell you what's on their mind. But we can't even barely see you guys. Then I want to talk about, I spoke to you about the monitors, right? Get some brackets, hang them up so the people can see. Christmas decoration, put them on the hallway. Then I want to talk about the ARPA fund money. There should be a federal investigation on ARPA fund money. We don't know nothing about this money. Mr. Cooper here, he wants us to put it in the back, put it on the back burner. Don't worry about all that stuff. You're going to keep on repeating the same mistakes. We've got to be transparent and accountability for this money. The people out here are still waiting for their homes to be repaired. 1 or 2, 3 or 4, special charity, special interest. They done got their houses fixed or buildings fixed or whatever. But it's a large population out here that haven't even got it. And here we are fixing road with the money, giving it to special interest. Who else you giving it to? I don't know. You could come up with somebody. But anyway, I just feel like you guys are not doing right by the people. Think about it. It's the taxpayers' money. You're giving the money to everybody but the people. That's a shame, man. Y'all should have some kind of concern about, you know, what you're doing with the taxpayer money. It's not fair to the taxpayer and the homeowners. They paying all these high skyrocketing property taxes, but you ain't doing right, Bob. You vote against this district, but she don't never vote against these districts over here. So come on, man. You guys need to work together. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Why you got it so in for this district over here? I don't live in that district, so you ain't got to worry about me. You ain't got to worry about the ARPA fund money. I'm taken care of. Believe that. That's why I could come up here and look you in the eye, man, and tell you guys are doing wrong by the people. The people need to come and hold you guys accountable. This place was packed tonight. I ain't never seen that many people here. But you know what happened? The agenda was so long, the people got so frustrated, they were ready to get out of here. Okay? You should have put the comments ahead of all the agenda so that people could have came up here and voiced their concern about what's going on in this county, what's going on with their tax dollars, and be held accountable for it. Mr. Cooper, come on, man. I don't even know where to start with you. It's just, I don't know. You want to do what you want to do with federal funds.
Thank you, sir. Greatly
appreciate it all.
Appreciate you, sir.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
First today, God, thank you. So I want to thank the commissioners for implementing or approving the adoption of the mental health initiative. This came from ACCG. ACCG sent us this initiative in September, and I've been sending emails after emails after emails when we're going to put this on the agenda, because today was the last day we can adopt this mental health initiative along with all the other counties. And why ACCG want to put this in place is because they're going to be fighting for us at the Gold Dome to get funding down to the counties to assist with mental health. So that's why I apologize for my many emails, commissioners, but that's why I was trying to get this adopted so we can assist with our lobbyists getting funding down to our county. Also, we've had businesses, entities who are seeking information in regards to mental health. We have 100,000 or 200,000, I don't remember what we put in there when we did the budget, for mental health. They've been asking, they sent emails, they sent their information, and we have not responded to them in regards to that funding for the ARPA funds to assist. It was put in place to coincide with law enforcement and to work with them as well, and also the court system. So we have to see what we're gonna do about that. I want to also shout out Madison Harris. I don't know if you guys saw it in the paper. Her parents and Ms. Selman, they contacted me to assist her with doing the coat drive. She is a first grader who received funding for her birthday and wanted to use her birthday money to buy coats for her peers. And on Thursday, we actually went, no, was it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday, we went and donated 47 coats to Live Oak Elementary, and this young lady, that's what she wanted to do, be a philanthropist and give back to her community. So this first grader did this with her funding. So thanks so much for that, Madison. You're gonna do some great things. Just talk a little bit while I have this last 2 minutes. What we did today was very shocking, especially when you've done it for many years the same way. I swear I'm the first of many. I need to just get a plaque on everything I've been the first of. I've been the first of many, of every change, every policy change, when it's time for me to do stuff. And he is right. I haven't normally vote against anything in your district unless it's something that's needed for the county. I vote with y'all. But I was told this, Commissioner, they trying to slow walk you down. But let me say this, you better walk fast because I was built for this. And I'm not gonna walk slow, you're not gonna walk me down, so you can keep trying, keep doing it. I was also told about a commissioner telling someone he's not gonna vote with me because I called them out. No, I held you accountable. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You hold me accountable. You don't see me saying I'm not gonna vote for your project or vote for what, and you're not voting for my project. When you vote against a district, you're voting against thousands of people in a community. When you're telling Commissioner Sanders, we're not gonna vote to put a park in a district that's 60-some% black, I'm gonna put it out there, that doesn't even have a park. All the districts in Newton County have parks except District 3. When you're voting against projects, you're not voting against me. You're voting against the people here in Newton County, and please believe they are watching. Thank you.
Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Cowell. Merry Christmas. Commissioner Cowell. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. I have a whole lot to say other than December the 11th at 5 to 6:30. We're doing our annual bike giveaway. I said I was not going to let nobody change the joy that I have of giving kids in underserved areas new bicycles, and this time might be a few used ones too as well, and that's fine. And so if anybody want to donate one to some kids, donate me. It will be at the West Side Precinct. And so if you coming in and gonna raise a little bit of hell, I promise you go to jail.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank this board for finally the senior center will have a home on county land that's already paid for. We don't have to pay for any land, so they have a home now in District 2, so we're excited about the senior center. So thank this board for voting to make that happen. Also, Mr. Chair, on October 21st, 2023 at 9:40 p.m., I was honored to enter the House of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated through the Sigma Eta Lambda chapter, along with my 8 line brothers known as the 9 Pharaohs of Faith. The mission of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated is to develop leaders, promote brotherhood and academic excellence, while providing service and advocacy for our communities. This is what our chapter has vowed to do in Newton County. I also wanted to acknowledge my chapter sponsor, Brother Leroy Frazier Jr., my chapter recommender, Brother Joe Lee Jr., my chapter dean, Brother Marcus Griffin, and my assistant chapter dean, Brother Carl Settles III. I do have some of my chapter brothers that are here. They stood out. Come on, stand up for me. They stood up, held out until the end. Thank you, brothers, for holding out to the end. These are brothers from the Sigma Eta Lambda chapter. So we're excited that we're going to partner with Newton County to really make some great service efforts here. Also in 2024, I will be starting my mental health initiative. I will be working with Dr. LaCleisha Izzard, who is a licensed professional counselor and mental health expert. Our Board of Commissioners appointed Dr. Izzard to the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities Region 3 Advisory Council as the only Newton County member by unanimous vote in November 2021. Dr. Izzard and I, over the past years, have been meeting with our council members of the State Government Justice Center Georgia Familiar Faces Project to identify county gap areas for individuals that cycle through mental health, substance use treatment, homelessness, and the jails. And to build on this knowledge base, we will be working together to implement the Stepping Up initiative, Start Up Action Steps in our great county. Our Board of Commissioners approved our county to be a Stepping Up county in 2019. Since then, there has been no movement forward, and so the Stepping Up initiative is a national initiative used to decrease the number of individuals with mental health and substance use conditions in the jails. We have met with our neighboring Rockdale County Stepping Up leaders, Commissioner Doreen Williams and Mr. Bill Carruthers, project developer, on key areas that may benefit our Newton County. And so we are extremely excited to start our 2024 action plan phase of the Stepping Up initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. With no further ado, y'all ready to go home? Or y'all want to hang out a little longer? I seek a motion that we adjourn. It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mason. All in favor? Don't nobody want to abstain? Nobody want to abstain? 5-0. We out of here.